Chapter 1941. Chu Yang turned pale with fright. This is from P. Not only could he not sense the tribulation space, he could not contact Tai Butian and the others. He could not even send messages from the sword spirit. If it were not for the spiritual energy that was still pouring in, Chu Yang would almost think that the tribulation space had disappeared or collapsed. In addition, another shocking change occurred. The Calamity Sword suddenly trembled. Chu Yang felt that the Calamity Sword seemed to be undergoing some kind of change. Although it could still hide in the Dantian, it lacked the agility it had in the past. It seemed to have become more sluggish. The Tribulation Sword. The shadow sat up immediately. What's going on? Why did the sword suddenly be sealed? That's not right. How can there be anyone in this world who has the ability to seal the Tribulation Sword? To seal the Tribulation Sword, one needs all the energy of a greater thousand world. And it's just a possibility. There shouldn't be such an expert in the heavenly loop. Then, he rushed out, intending to see what was going on. But he immediately realized that he could not leave. He could not help but feel anxious. What's going on? Even I can't go out? Could it be that all the energy of a world has been poured into the Tribulation Sword? This should be a good thing. But when the two formed spaces fuse with each other, it will definitely cause the energy to be poured in. It will cause the circuit to be temporarily sealed under the backlash of the energy limit? Or is there some other situation? Under normal circumstances, it's not a big deal. We just need to sort it out for 300 to 500 years. But now, what should we do? Now is the delicate time when that little guy has caused a great disaster. Not to mention 300 to 500 years, he will be in danger for 3 to 5 days. I was still thinking of helping him to hold the fort, but he sealed the sword and me at this moment. Isn't he just courting death? What the hell is that little guy doing? A certain shadow paced back and forth anxiously, but there was nothing he could do. In terms of strength, apart from the two of them, who else in the entire universe and the primordial world can trap me? But the problem now is that I'm sealed in the Tribulation Sword, and the entire tribulation space is sealed. This is equivalent to the power of the Lord wrapping around me because of an external force. Although it's not the Lord's intention, I still can't break through. But what should I do? I'm going to die. Chu Yang stared at the Calamity Sword in astonishment. His heart was filled with disbelief. Suddenly, he felt his entire body turn cold. The current situation was that not only could they not enter the tribulation space, but they also could not enter it. He couldn't even sense it. He had completely lost contact with it. In other words, the people inside couldn't come out for the time being. Many helpers were inside, such as Brother Tiger, Sandow, and these people were the ones that Chu Yang could truly trust. Moreover, Tai Butian and Wu Qianqian were also inside. He didn't even have anyone to discuss it with. Everything could only be shouldered by him alone. The tribulation space, which had never made a mistake before, had made such a big mistake at such a critical moment. He was about to face a mountain of pressure and lose all his support. This feeling of extreme frustration and depression was indescribable, and Chu Yang was now filled with this feeling. Chu Yang heaved a long sigh. That's good too. If they were outside, they wouldn't have been able to escape. I'm really worried. If that's the case, no one will be able to find them. I'm the only one facing the vast world, but I'm also a lone wolf with no fear. We live and die together. The children had already been sent away. Their future was bound to be bright and brilliant. Tai Butian and the others, as well as his brother's wives. The people he cared about were strictly protected by the tribulation space. As long as he didn't die, they would be safe. Even if he died, they might not be in danger. Chu Yang was also relieved. Suddenly, a kind of lone wolf fierceness rose in his heart. No matter how difficult it was, it couldn't be harder than the 8,000 miles that he had fled for his life in Great Zhao. Back then, he had the strength of an ant, yet he was able to overcome many difficulties. Now, he was tens of thousands of times stronger than before. Would he still be afraid? At this moment, he was no longer living for himself. He was living for everyone. He could not fail this time. Failure meant death. Perhaps, if he failed, the tribulation space would also collapse? This was something that couldn't be guaranteed. Perhaps it was due to excessive pressure, But Chu Yang's mind slowly calmed down. With a thought, the tribulation sword appeared in his hand again. Although the tribulation space was blocked for some reason, the tribulation sword could still be taken out from his dantian. Looking at the tribulation sword in his hand, Chu Yang took a deep breath. Old friend, you're the only one who's with me now. From now on, we're going to face the biggest challenge of our lives. We have to get through it together. The tribulation sword trembled and emitted a cold light again. Previously, because of the sudden change, even the tribulation sword had lost its former brilliance. Perhaps it had sensed Weapon Master Chu Yang's determination, but the tribulation sword shone with a cold light again and regained its former glory. Chu Yang smiled softly and felt inexplicably gratified. It turned out that he wasn't alone. Although he didn't have the sword spirit as his companion and didn't have the tribulation space, he still had the tribulation sword. With this sword in hand, he dared to challenge the world. No matter how many horses and thousands of soldiers came, he would face them alone with his sword. He could clearly feel the crazy pure spiritual energy that was constantly flowing into his meridians. It made him feel that he could fight against any opponent. No matter what kind of loss there was, the spiritual energy could be replenished instantly. This was the only benefit left to him after the tribulation space was sealed. And the tribulation sword seemed to be receiving the constant cleansing of this surging spiritual energy. It was slowly changing, or rather, evolving and improving. After the previous auction, almost all of the rare metals that Chu Yang had obtained were swallowed by the tribulation sword one by one. The only thing left was the Heart of Stars. Now, the quality of the tribulation sword could be said to have improved by several levels. Compared to before, it was far from being the same. Chu Yang even faintly felt that the tribulation sword's transformation was not complete. Although the power of the tribulation sword now was already very terrifying. But there should be something else. He carefully checked his current equipment. Other than the tribulation sword, there were less than 100 small flying daggers. There was also a super version of the heavy pill and a dozen or so incomplete heavy pills. Lastly, there was also a small gourd of Shuelehan's wine in his space ring. Fortunately, he had brought such a space ring with him for the sake of deceiving others. There were also a few million purple cloud coins and some ordinary goods in it. These were all he had now. If he didn't have these, he was afraid that he would really be at a loss. In the past, there was Taibutian to take care of everything for him. Inside, there was the sword spirit to take care of everything. Outside, there was Duan Sankong to take care of all the external affairs. When did he ever need to worry about anything? Now, he probably had to do all these by himself. Those who didn't manage the house didn't know the cost of firewood. What he had now was definitely a lot in a normal sense. But in the face of such a bad situation, it was absolutely a drop in the bucket. It seemed that it was very likely that he would be fatally injured dozens of times in a day. How much of an effect would this little bit of medicine have? What's more, it wasn't just Chu Yang here. There were also the elites of the two big sects outside. Ignore them and take care of himself? Chu Yang couldn't care less about what others did, but he couldn't take the initiative to abandon these people. Even if he knew that they didn't really want to surrender, he still couldn't abandon them all. Early morning, Chu Yang walked out in high spirits. The people of the two big sects had already woken up. They were still doing their jobs, patrolling and practicing. Some of them had calm expressions, some of them had gloomy expressions, and some of them had fearful expressions on their faces. As for those who looked calm, Chu Yang noted them down one by one. These people didn't panic in the face of danger. Their temperament was very good. If there was a chance in the future, they might be of great use. As for those who looked gloomy but still maintained their determination, they had obviously made up their minds to die. They were prepared to face the worst situation. These people could be sacrificed. As long as they still had strength, they would try their best to protect them. As long as they could get their approval, they would be loyal to the death. As for the 1/3 of people who were anxious, Chu Yang didn't consider it at all. These people were very likely to be the first wave of betrayals when faced with the enemy. Not to mention that they couldn't be put in an important position. They even had to be careful in case they turned against them. Chu Yang waved his hand, coughed, and gathered everyone together. Everyone looked at him in confusion. They didn't know the intention of this temporary master. Well, I'm here to announce something. I've sent Lightning and the others to open up an absolutely safe place for us to hide in at a critical moment. Chu Yang was calm and composed as he faced everyone's gazes. He spoke with fervor and assurance. He said with a heavy tone, "Their goal is an absolutely safe place. The battle we're about to face will undoubtedly be very dangerous. But even at the most dangerous point, there will still be a way out for everyone. Even if it may not be a way out, it can give everyone a chance to breathe." Everyone was shocked. The people here were all elites of Mo Yuntian and Mo Yuntian's two big sections. No one would give it to them for free. If Chu Yang told them that Lightning Snake and the others left to seek a path of survival for everyone, no one would believe it. Although Lightning Snake and the others' strength was not bad, but compared to these people, they were at most at the level of a wanderer. What path of survival could they seek? But seeking a way out and fighting for a chance to live was much more realistic. As the saying goes, a crafty rabbit has 3 burrows. No matter big or small, when faced with a life and death situation, they would try their best to seek a way out for themselves. Even if it was just a temporary struggle at death's door, it was extremely difficult. Now, there was an extra way out. This was undoubtedly the good news that everyone wanted to hear the most. Chapter 1942. So this trip will be very difficult for them, Chu Yang said slowly, "For the sake of safety. From now on, no one is allowed to inquire about them. Even if you meet them face to face, you have to pretend not to know them. Does everyone understand?" Understood. Everyone's face faintly showed a trace of joy. At this moment, any opportunity was good. There's one more thing. Last night, I sent away my 2 wives and many people in the inner residence, Chu Yang said slowly. Everyone was in an uproar. Actually, no matter how careful Lightning Snake and the others were, there would always be a certain amount of movement leaked out. Mo Yuntian and the others did not know that there might be movements in the inner residence, but they did not expect that everyone in the inner residence would disappear in an instant. But now, the result was that Chu Yang's family was all sent away. This result inevitably caused Mo Yuntian and the others to feel uneasy. Chu Yang had previously claimed that he would stand together with everyone against a common enemy and work together to resist the Mo Yuntian imperial family. But at this juncture, he actually sent his family away without any prior notification. It was obvious that he lacked confidence. Once the battle started, would he really be as fearless as before? Does everyone not approve of my action of sending my family away? Chu Yang did not hide anything and went straight to the point. The young experts of Iron Sword Sect said in a low voice, "We also do not wish to think of Villa Master Chu this way. But Villa Master's action is really difficult to dispel our doubts. Can Villa Master give us a reason to accept it?" The reason is very simple and very simple. They do not have the ability to defend themselves. Forcing them to stay will only become an unnecessary burden. Can my reason be accepted by everyone? Chu Yang said slowly. Is that so? We can accept Villa Master Chu's reason. But can we also think that Villa Master Chu did this because he did not have full confidence in fighting against the enemy? The young man said, "Indeed. Facing the future of Mo Yuntian, I really do not have the confidence to protect everyone, especially my wife and those in the inner residence who are abnormally weak. But everyone has noticed another thing." Chu Yang said, "Another thing? What is it? Villa Master, please enlighten us. I think that if I didn't tell you, you would at most know that the Lightning Serpent and the others entered the inner residence for some reason and then went missing, but you wouldn't know that everyone in the inner residence had safely evacuated, right? This is indeed the case. Be careful, everyone must be very surprised. How can those people leave without a sound and without leaving a trace? Indeed. Are you willing to share it with us?" This? Of course not. This is one of my final trump cards, although they were currently in a cooperative relationship. But you are not enough for me to reveal my heart to you. I believe everyone can understand. Well, we're all on the same side now. Manor Lord, there's no need to be so careful. Now that we know that we have such a trump card, won't we be even more determined to fight against the enemy? That does make sense. However, this force of mine will only be used at the most critical juncture. That's all I can say. Everyone couldn't help but feel a burst of joy in their hearts when they heard this. Chu Yang wasn't stingy in admitting that he had another tyrannical hidden force in his hands. And this force could silently take away those people under the watchful eyes of everyone. This force was indeed quite impressive. Okay, enough of the small talk. Now, let's start to assign tasks. Chu Yang nodded slowly. I want to divide the remaining people into groups again. Everyone must be cautious. Only by working together can we overcome the difficulties together. Trust can only be gained from getting along with each other. It won't come out of thin air. Chu Yang had actually painted a big picture out of thin air by making the mysterious disappearance disappear. It was not only reassuring, but also confusing the enemy. No matter which point it was, if someone betrayed and was forced to confess, it would only lead the enemy completely astray after confessing. And this was something that Chu Yang was happy to see. Yes, understood. The original subordinates of Thunderbolt, Wild Blade, and Giant Spirit Blade stepped forward collectively. Well, you 200 people will form a team. Be on standby at any time. The usual task is to disperse to various parts of Purple Cloud City to inquire about information. As long as you get any relevant information, you must report it immediately. I don't want to see anyone disobeying orders, understand? Chu Yang first gathered these people together. Yes, more than 200 big men accepted the order. Okay, you can go back and disguise yourselves. Immediately spread out to inquire about information. It's best if only you know what you look like. Even your closest brothers can't know. Ensure your own safety and the reliability of your sources of information.
Yes.
Go. Boom. The 200 people dispersed in an uproar. Chu Yang looked at the people of the two big sections. Next is our side. About 400 people. Now, I want to reorganize the sections. I hope everyone can cooperate. Yes, Manor Lord. You, and you. Chu Yang pointed out one by one. Those who could maintain a calm face and have their own opinions were picked out. Chu Yang looked and sighed in his heart. Only 45 people. Such responsible, insightful, and strong-willed people, even in such a team full of experts, were really too rare. Only 45 people were picked out of a team of nearly 400 people. This ratio was a little hard to accept. One must know that these people were the elites of their sections. But their temperament was not enough. It was really regrettable. All of you, follow me. Once the battle starts, everyone will fight side by side. Chu Yang ordered.
Yes.
The second team, you. Chu Yang called out one by one again. This time, he called out those who were gloomy and had the will to die. These people did not hesitate to fight. They were not afraid of fighting. But, in their hearts, they had already determined their fate, death. They were equivalent to walking corpses. For such people who had the will to die, no matter how eloquent Chu Yang was, he could not make them have the will to live. On the contrary, if they could escape from death, it would be possible to rekindle their hope. But now, Chu Yang really did not have any certainty that he could bring them back from death. But if he let them all mix together, then this kind of infinitely negative mentality was bound to greatly affect the others. So Chu Yang simply put them in a separate team. He would see how the future battle went and what the result was before he made a decision. Your team. No matter when the enemy comes, you have to be the first batch to go up. If one dies, it's worth it. If two die, it's worth it. The more you die, the more you earn. Chu Yang said. Chu Yang's words were very straightforward. No matter how beautiful his words were, they had no meaning to these people. Anyway, these people were already jittery. They basically could not sleep or rest. Once there was any movement, they would immediately gather without shouting. Being the first batch to go up against the enemy would, on the contrary, completely destroy their jittery mood. Even if he died, his death would still be worth it. Anyway, they were going to die. It was better to make the most of their deaths. This group of people who had the will to die. There were as many as 170 people. The last 100 or so people left. Chu Yang sighed. You will be the second echelon reserve team? Yes. The 4 teams were all assigned. Chu Yang gave them their tasks one by one. For the sake of the 45 people, everyone was deep in thought. With a command, everyone dispersed. Only the 45 people remained by Chu Yang's side. Manor Lord, I want you to tell me the truth. Is there really such a way out? Frost Ice Sect's chief elder, Bai Yu Chun, asked with a smile. The others were also looking at Chu Yang, waiting for his answer. If I say there is, will you really believe it? If I say there isn't, won't you be suspicious? So, no matter whether there is or not, you have to believe that there is. Chu Yang said seriously. You should understand what such a way means. What it means for fighting spirit and morale. I'll tell you one last time. There really is such a way.
Yes.
Bai Yu Chun nodded. I admire Manor Lord's arrangement from the bottom of my heart. I only have one question. How did Manor Lord distribute us so clearly? Chu Yang said indifferently, I have eyes. Iron Sword Sect's youth contestant, Che Shuchu, who was the one who asked Chu Yang a question before, looked at Chu Yang with some admiration. Having eyes, one could observe. This was something that anyone could do. But it was rare to see someone like Chu Yang, who could divide these people into 3 groups according to their habits, morale, and so on in just a few days. This eye of discernment was really too sharp. This was because he was able to analyze every single person's mentality clearly. Although it was just a simple division, people with discerning eyes could see the beauty of Chu Yang's division. He could gather the most elite people and make them even more elite. He could clear out those with unstable thoughts and move them to another group. In this way, he could ensure the purity of the group to the greatest extent. Moreover, he divided them into different groups. Although it was somewhat unfair in a certain way, he could gather the most powerful force in this kind of extremely dangerous situation. They could work together to get through this difficult situation. No matter who it was, it would be impossible for them to use this power better than Chu Yang. It was close to noon. While they were talking, everyone suddenly realized that Manor Lord Chu's expression changed. Then bang! A deafening sound rang out. Manor Lord Chu seemed to have gathered all the strength in his body and let out a world-shaking fart. A super loud fart. The surrounding 40 people all had strange expressions on their faces. They wanted to cover their noses, but they felt embarrassed. However, this matter was extremely puzzling. How could someone with such cultivation not be able to control this? Besides, if you want to fart, just fart. Do you have to make it sound like an earthquake? It's just a fart. Do you have to use so much strength? Then, they saw Manor Lord Chu frown. His face was heavy as he muttered, Not good. Not good. Chapter 1943. Broken? What's broken? For a moment, everyone's imagination ran wild. This is from P. Could it be that he accidentally spilled out a big piece of it? Looking at the sound just now, it seems very likely. Everyone's expression was strange. They all held their breaths, ready to run at any time. If it's true, it's better to be prepared early. Chu Yang stood up with a bang and walked out in big strides. Everyone was nervous and thought to themselves, Hold on, Villa Master. You must hold on. You must hold on until you reach the place of reincarnation of the 5 grains. Then, you must at least hold on until you get out of this room. Please. Although everyone was an elite, there was still a difference in strength. Finally, someone couldn't help but take a breath because he had held his breath for too long. Unexpectedly, he found that the hall was full of unusually pure spiritual energy. That person suddenly opened his eyes wide. Damn! What's going on? Villa Master seems to have just farted. But there's actually such a rich spiritual energy? Suddenly, this expert felt that his thoughts were in a mess. After a while, everyone who was constantly recovering their breath also found something strange. Hey, our hall doesn't seem to be smelly. Why is it full of such rich spiritual energy? What's going on? Villa Master's farting actually gathered all the spiritual energy here? Then, they saw a ray of light break through the air, and with a swish, it entered Villa Master Chu's body. Villa Master Chu's body suddenly froze. He was motionless. It seemed that he had encountered something unbelievable. Villa Master. Everyone was shocked. Did someone sneak attack him? Just now, it was clearly a sharp sword energy. Chu Yang slowly turned his head, and his face looked like he was crying and laughing at the same time. He muttered to himself, "This is bad. What should I do?" Everyone was confused. What's bad? There's such a rich spiritual energy in this hall. It's obviously a good thing. In such a remote place like Xixia City, there's not much pure spiritual energy to absorb. Why did he say it was bad? Others didn't know the whole story, but Chu Yang himself was clear about it. Rich and pure spiritual energy may be an opportunity for others, but for a certain king of hell, it's really not better than poison. As the saying goes, when it rains, it pours. When a broken boat encounters headwinds, when a person is down on their luck, even drinking cold water can get stuck in their teeth. Even a fart can dislocate their heel. Isn't Chu Yang like this now? The loud sound just now was a big fart. It was because the surging spiritual energy had suddenly reached the highest level. Unfortunately, Chu Yang's meridians were perfect and flawless, and he had nowhere to vent them. So, at the moment when Chu Yang wasn't ready, he found a relatively smooth channel to vent them out. If it weren't for Chu Yang's quick reflexes and easy control of his muscles, he would have been dead by now. It was as if he was about to spit out everything else. But at that moment, Chu Yang didn't even have the time to be embarrassed, because he could clearly feel that as the power of this seal grew stronger and stronger, that long sword formed of the aura sword stabbed into the peak of infinite boundless mountain. Suddenly, it disintegrated. It turned into a sword energy and flew back. This caught Chu Yang off guard. Shui Leihan's cultivation had personally condensed energy into a sword. It was actually completely disintegrated by the power of space. Chu Yang had originally planned to wait until he confirmed that Mo Yuntian's men had really arrived before he completely detonated the soul-suppressing stone and then take advantage of the chaos. But now, Mo Yuntian's men hadn't arrived yet. The suppressing longsword formed by the aura sword had actually disappeared first. What kind of logic was this? Could it be that this Heaven Imperial Court is so incompatible with me that I can't do anything as I wish? This change caused Chu Yang's overall plan to be completely in vain. At such a critical moment, he detonated it prematurely. In the current situation, all his external help was gone, and the life-saving tribulation space was also gone. The soul-suppressing stone that he had originally planned to use was also brought forward. Chu Yang inexplicably felt a sense of defeat, as if the heavens wanted him to die. If Chu Yang knew that even Shui Leihan wasn't here now, and had already gone back because of something, Chu Yang would probably feel that there was no hope. Even if he didn't break down, he would be even more depressed. But speaking of which, a certain king of hell was still very ruthless. The more you force me into a dead end, the more I want to break through. The more you oppress me, the more I want to fight back. At this moment, facing such a desperate situation, isolated and without help, and even his biggest trump card had been inexplicably taken away, this kind of heroic spirit of his was completely aroused. Fuck! Chu Yang spat out a mouthful of saliva fiercely. His face was a little ferocious. Is Mo Yuntian really that scary? Watch me turn his world upside down single-handedly. Those more than 40 people looked at Chu Yang's evil and fierce eyes at this moment and were somewhat amazed. To be honest, even in such a desperate situation, to still be able to spout such nonsense, even if he didn't know life and death, this kind of recklessness had already reached a considerable level. Right at this moment, a strong wind suddenly blew in midair. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A few small trees were uprooted from afar and flew into the sky with a whoosh. In an instant, the sky actually darkened, and the sun and moon no longer shone. An unprecedentedly strong murderous aura suddenly filled the whole world. The hearts of Chu Yang and the rest all thumped. Quite a number of people's faces instantly turned black. Leaping into the sky, they saw somewhere in the south far away, there were 3 colossal objects that were currently flying over here slowly. Seemingly slow, but in fact, it was fast to the extreme. In just a blink of an eye, the scene already arrived above their heads. Immediately after, they crossed Purple Cloud City and landed somewhere outside the city. It's Mo Yuntian's flying ship, they're here. Iron Sword Sect's candidate Che Shuchu's usually calm face suddenly turned pale at this moment. His eyes stared straight at these 3 colossal objects, and his voice actually trembled somewhat. This is the special flying ship of Mo Yuntian's royal family's elite Mo Yun guards. His Excellency Heavenly Emperor Mo Yun actually directly dispatched the most elite Mo Yun guards. He really thinks too highly of us. Manor Lord, this time, we're probably doomed. Che Shuchu took a deep breath and tried his best to control himself, making himself look a little calmer. But his voice was already trembling uncontrollably. Outside, there were exclamations coming over continuously. That was other people also discovering the arrival of Mo Yuntian's flying ship. An unprecedented atmosphere of panic and despair suddenly spread out. Before Mo Yuntian's people arrived, everyone more or less still had some hope in their hearts. But now, at this moment, it was already completely hopeless. Mo Yun guards out. The world was like ink, slaughtering the world. The sun and moon were colorless. Mo Yun guards, the peak combat power directly under Heavenly Emperor Mo Yuntian's command. Mo Yun guards? Are they very powerful? Chu Yang's eyes looked at those three flying ships landing heavily and asked in a low voice, "More than powerful?" Che Shuchu laughed bitterly. Wanting to become an Mo Yun guard, the requirements are actually very simple. First, the cultivation must at least reach peak saint level and above. Third, absolute loyalty to Heavenly Emperor Mo Yun himself. Third, everyone must be death warriors, ready to die at any time. The combat power of the Mo Yun guards, in terms of the entire Mo Yuntian, is the peak. They are never the best, but the destruction they can cause is definitely the most terrifying. Che Shuchu said, Mo Yun guards, always dressed in black, expressionless, like zombies descending to the mortal world. But between each other, they have a way of distinguishing between each other that others can't understand. No one can sneak in, and no one can't be recognized by the other party. Their army is a huge whole. When one person dies, everyone will sense it, even if they are scattered in every corner of the world. As long as an order is given, they will perfectly assemble in a designated area at the fastest speed. No one will be delayed, unless the delayed person is already dead. Mo Yun guards never follow the rules of the martial world. Their mission is only to kill. Killing without any principles, only killing according to orders. Chu Yang's face sank bit by bit. If faced with such an unreasonable opponent, the only way was to stop vomiting and fight. There wasn't even the slightest space for mediation, because they wouldn't even talk to you. Mo Yun guards can't be here purely, right? Chu Yang said solemnly, no matter if it's the regular army or the Mo Yun guards, as long as they go out on a mission, there will always be a unified commander, right? Just like us, there must be a leader who gives orders. Don't the Mo Yun guards have that? Che Shuchu said, they definitely have that. But now we can't be sure at all who led the Mo Yun guards here. Roughly estimate how many of them are here. Can you make a rough estimate? Chu Yang looked at the huge flying boat. His eyes were shining. The aura on his body was also getting sharper and sharper. If such a flying boat is really full of people, each boat can hold at least 5,000 people, or even more. Che Shuchu looked at the few people beside him with a somewhat listless gaze. He said with a bitter smile, "This is the authentic strength of the royal family. With our current strength, we can at most fight one person. Anyone who faces more than two people at the same time will be in danger of dying." Bai Yuqin said slowly, "Unfortunately, we have no way out now. Even if we can't beat them, we have to fight with all our might. Under such circumstances, there's absolutely no hope of begging for mercy on our knees. The moment you kneel, your head will fall to the ground. That's for sure." Everyone's expressions gradually changed from fear to determination, and their eyes became more and more scorching. That's right. Instead of kneeling and dying, it's better to fight vigorously. Even if there's a great disparity in strength, so what? Whether or not you dare to fight is the heart of a man, the soul of the martial world. Chu Yang said in a low voice, "All of you stay here and don't act rashly for the time being. I'll go and observe. If someone comes to attack the Chu clan compound, then everything will be done according to the previous arrangement." "Yes, Elder Bai, after I go, I'll leave full authority here to you," Chu Yang said to Bai Yuqin. Bai Yuqin sighed softly. I'll do my best. Good. Chu Yang didn't say anything else. He flew up and rushed out of the city. The direction he was heading was actually the direction of the 3 flying boats. Chapter 1945. Is he courting death? He's like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. An iron sword sect expert muttered as he looked at Chu Yang's back. At such a time, even if you couldn't avoid it, you had to try your best to avoid it. How could you send yourself to your doorstep? Does our Villa Master Chu look like someone who's courting death? Bai Yuchen looked at Chu Yang's back. He must have his reasons for going there. Let's wait and see for now. Yes, we have to be prepared. It's highly possible that they will attack the next moment. The Ink Cloud Guards have always been decisive in their actions. They won't act rashly, but they won't stand still either. Che Shuchu calmed down in such a situation where there were already so many soldiers. Yes, at this moment, the people from the various super sects were originally as calm as still water. Everyone had the same thought. Even if Mo Yuntian's people came, they would be looking for Chu Yang or the other people from Mo Yuntian. In short, it would not be us. Our goal was always the realm of God's source under the soul-suppressing stone. As for what happened to Mo Yuntian's people, and what happened to Chu Yang in the end, it had nothing to do with us. Everyone was waiting for the movement of the sword at the top of the vast mountain, hoping that the sword would disappear quickly, or that the person who suppressed the realm of God's source would appear again and take the sword away. With such an existence here, no one had any extravagant hopes of getting the number 1 treasure in the realm of God's source. But such an existence would definitely not swallow it whole, not even leaving a little soup for others. That would be too ungentlemanly and lose the demeanor of a senior expert. But even if it was something that he didn't want, it would still be of help to everyone's sections. It was better than falling into the hands of an enemy sect. Everyone was waiting quietly. Suddenly, there were exclamations from the top of the vast mountain. That sword has disappeared. It's really gone. The evil energy is also gone. This great news quickly spread throughout the entire Purple Cloud City like a hurricane. Almost all the sects received this news at the same time. Everyone got up and was about to rush over. However, right at this moment, the sky suddenly darkened, and the 3 flying boats carried with them an unparalleled pressure. They landed directly outside Purple Cloud City, at the place where the first boat landed, blocking everyone's path, with everyone's cultivation base. Naturally, he could easily fly over. However, no one dared to. Everyone knew that the flying boat could control where it would land. Mo Yuntian's people could have landed in an even more spacious place. However, for it to land in front of everyone and block their way, there must be something going on. Acting rashly was equivalent to provoking Mo Yuntian's strength. Forcefully breaking through, regardless of whether it was a breakthrough or directly flying over, was tantamount to admitting something to the Mo Yun people who were determined to take revenge. No one wanted to bear such a consequence. It was even more unbearable. Although he was extremely unwilling, he had no choice but to stop moving forward. Mo Yuntian's 3 flying ships landed neatly. It was as if 3 huge mountains were standing in front of everyone. On the huge body of the flying boat, there was a large word written neatly, Wei. Everyone's eyelids twitched when they saw the word Wei. Wei, Inky Cloud Guard. Heavenly Emperor Mo Yun, Yuan Sheda's direct subordinate force, the most elite real force. The hatch door of the first airship slowly opened. A group of black-robed men walked out with stiff faces and straight bodies. Every time a black-robed man walked out, everyone could feel that the temperature outside Xixia City had dropped a bit. These people, without exception, all seemed to have a murderous aura all over their bodies, filled with ice and snow. From the first flying boat, a total of 1,000 black-clothed people walked out. They lined up neatly, like a block of black tofu. Horizontally and vertically, it was also a straight line. Not a single sound was emitted from the entire process. After that, groups of soldiers, wearing Mo Yuntian's military uniform, began to walk out. 2 small words were embroidered on each person's collar and chest. Dream Slayer. A bout of slaughter, a dream, a few dreams together with the monarch. Great General Ming. When they saw these soldiers, everyone had already guessed who the leader this time was. Without a doubt, the leader was Mo Yuntian, one of the sky-supporting three pillars, Great General Ming. Using soldiers is like a dream. Life is like a dream. Where I dream, there are no dreams in the world. Great General Ming, his surname was Ming, but the name of the army he was in charge of was called Dream Slayer, cutting off other people's dreams, cutting off other people's dreams of life. A few well-dressed generals quickly came down and stood silently in front of their respective armies. The other two spaceships were doing the same thing in an orderly and silent manner. One black, one gray. The two teams stood opposite each other, spread out in the shape of a goose's wing. All the officers stood at the forefront, their bodies straight. Everyone's eyes were looking at a certain cabin door of the first flying boat with fanaticism. Suddenly, a loud roar shook the clear sky. Military salute. Everyone raised their fists and placed them on their chests. Half of their faces were looking at the cabin door. A black-clothed person suddenly appeared at the cabin door. His face was thin, his spirit was hale and hearty, his body was straight. Although his long beard fluttered to his chest and he seemed to be an old man, when he took a step down, he still walked with a majestic gait, looking down on everyone. It was as if all the mountains and valleys were silent because of his arrival, and all living things were silent. What a grand display! Yun Tian's eyes were disdainful, and he snorted coldly. Others were very concerned about Great General Ming, the Dream Slayer army, and Mo Yuntian's #1 army, but Yun Tian was not included. When this was said, the 7,000 to 8,000 people standing there looked over coldly at the same time, and a huge pressure surged over. Yun Tian stood proudly and looked at them coldly, as if he did not care at all. Great General Ming, who had just come down, saw Yun Tian's face clearly. He waved his hand lightly and said, "Don't be impatient." That pressure was just a sentence from him. Instantly, it disappeared and shifted. "So it's young Lord Yun. This Ming greets you." Great General Ming nodded and smiled. "Greetings, Great General Ming." Yun Tian straightened his body and smiled faintly. In the eyes of the onlookers, this scene caused them to be flabbergasted. What was the background of this Yun Tian? What was his background? To be able to make Great General Ming of Mo Yuntian be so polite to him? Stop everyone. I'm sorry for offending you. Mo Yuntian is just trying to understand some things from everyone. If there's any offense, this Ming apologizes. Great General Ming's smile was gentle and elegant, and he looked like an amiable elder, full of the air of a ruler. We don't dare. Great General is too polite. Although everyone was unwilling, they almost wanted to curse, but everyone still welcomed him with a smile, and that smile even seemed especially sincere. Although this Great General Ming looked very amiable, but everyone knew that if this person were to turn hostile and give the order to annihilate a certain sect, that was definitely something that could be done. And he was also completely capable of doing such a thing. To be able to reach the position of a great general in one side of the world, which one of them was really a good person? Which one's blood would not dye the 4 seas and thousands of mountains red? Our Mo Yuntian's path is too different, and we died here. I, Ming, am here to investigate under the orders of the Heavenly Emperor. I have to understand the whole story. Great General Ming smiled faintly and actually cupped his hands. So, I hope that everyone will not be stingy with your guidance. Not be stingy with your guidance? I'll not be stingy with your guidance. Everyone cursed in unison in their hearts. It's true that we all saw it, but you all should have already heard about it. As the saying goes, every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. Whoever killed Mo Yuntian, you can just go and find that person. Why are you stopping us? Why do you have to create a tense atmosphere and put us in it as well? I believe that General Ming already knows about the details of the matter. Regarding this, I'm afraid that what we can add is very limited. But I don't know which aspect General Ming wants us to add. Shuexian frowned. Wu Zhangxiu silently took a step forward and came behind Shuexian. If Mo Yuntian's people dared to make things difficult for Shuexian, he would be the first to act. Great General Ming sighed and said, I only want to know one thing. I just want to confirm the cause of this matter. Hai Mingbo said indifferently from the side. The cause of this matter is very simple. Chu Yang has a wife. This woman has a purine body, and she is also very beautiful. Tai Tai was overjoyed when he saw her. At first, he wanted to see her, but he could not. He was chased away by Chu Yang. Tai Tai was not willing to accept this, so he sent another martial art master to kidnap his wife. At that time, Chu Yang was out on business. The people sent by Tai Tai returned with success. Not long after Chu Yang returned, he was shocked by the change in events. He sought revenge, and finally borrowed the power of heaven and earth to kill Tai Tai and his subordinates. Hai Pengbo's words were complete facts, but he didn't leave any face for Mo Yuntian. He didn't beat around the bush at all. He said it very straightforwardly. Obviously, he was very dissatisfied with Great General Ming's actions. Great General Ming frowned slightly, and a hint of melancholy appeared on his face. Then, he glanced at the other people's faces. He already knew that this matter wasn't fake. Chu Yang wasn't a big shot. Even if he had some strength, he wasn't worthy of these people lying to protect him. Moreover, when Hai Pengbo said it, although everyone had a strange expression, no one came forward to refute. Obviously, everyone was only shocked by Hai Pengbo's courage, but no one could deny the truth that Hai Pengbo said. Obviously, Mo Yuntian was completely wrong. On the side of the ink cloud guards, a black-clothed commander stepped forward and said eerily, "What a real bastard! What kind of status do we have? Since we have taken a fancy to his wife, it's Chu Yang's honor. Then Chu Yang should offer it up with both hands and accept the favor." He actually dared to chase Mo Yuntian first, and then turned his weapons against him. In the end, he actually went against heaven's authority and killed Mo Yuntian with cruel means. His crime is unforgivable. Such a renegade is extremely evil. And you, old man, what do you mean by saying this? Chapter 1946. At this moment, other than some relatively fresh corpses, the infinite boundless mountain was already completely empty. This could be imagined. That sword had suddenly disappeared, and a passageway had appeared. Who could bear it? Once someone passed through safely, the others would naturally rush in without hesitation, fearing that they would not be able to snatch anything good. Who would think of anything else? Behind Chu Yang, an illusory and distorted spatial fissure had appeared. At this moment, he was already using all his strength. As long as he was slightly slower, he might be caught up. And then, there would be no more after. Unexpectedly, a sharp sound of something breaking through the air suddenly rang out behind him. A large, formless hand broke through the air and arrived. At this moment, Chu Yang's body had just reached the peak of the infinite boundless mountain. That large hand had already grabbed down with a force that could destroy mountains. Stay. Chu Yang only felt as if even his breathing had stopped. Using all his remaining strength, he dashed forward, entering that spatial passageway with a whoosh. Too dangerous. When he had just flown over, those people had not reacted. Only after he had sprinted for at least half the distance did they begin to move. But when he had reached the peak, they had already followed him. What kind of speed was this? What kind of cultivation was this? Chu Yang really did not have the time to think about these things now. His only thought now was to enter the relic of the divine source realm. Only by sneaking in there would he have a chance of survival, the final place of survival. And only then would he have a chance of accomplishing his original plan. His body tumbled into the long spatial tunnel, and he felt a heavy blow on his back. He felt a sweet taste in his throat, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body had already floated down, and he once again performed the not-so-long-ago free-falling motion. That large hand grabbed empty air, and with a boom, it slapped down on the peak of the mountain. Then, countless stone fragments flew into the air. The peak of the mountain was actually flattened by this palm. It must be known that this was no ordinary mountain peak. Back then, when Chu Yang had mistakenly entered this place with his heaven-grade cultivation, the mountain peak that he could not even pinch a stone with all his strength had actually been flattened by this palm. As Chu Yang descended, he felt as if his soul had left his body. The person who had come was too strong. With a flash, Great General Ming landed on Infinite Boundless Mountain. He frowned and looked at the narrow and bottomless hole in front of him. His expression was solemn as he muttered, "Could this be the realm of divine source?" At this moment, the men and horses of the two armies landed. "Where is he?" Another commander of the Ink Cloud Guard asked respectfully. Black Cloud Guards and silver armored soldiers, send out 500 men each. Go in and search. Great General Meng's complexion sank. He immediately ordered, send messengers all the way to the entrance of the passageway. If any emergency happens, send a warning immediately. One person to send a message to another person. Send the message as soon as possible. Chu Yang risked his life to come here. He must have something to rely on. Yes. The two of them replied at the same time. The ones who responded were the Silver Armored Troop Commander and the Ink Cloud Guard Commander. Although the Silver Armored Soldiers were not as dazzling as the Ink Cloud Guards, they were still Great General Meng's personal guards. In fact, the level of their elites was not inferior to the Ink Cloud Guards, especially for this expedition to the Eastern Royal Heavens. The ones who followed them were the elites of the elites, the experts of the experts. In just the blink of an eye, the two commanders had already sent out their capable men. With a command, one in silver and one in black entered first. Next, the Ink Cloud Guards and silver armored soldiers entered one after another just like that. In less than 5 breaths of time, 1,000 people had already flown into this passageway. Occupy this mountain immediately. Seal it and forbid anyone from entering. Trespassers, die. Great General Meng ordered indifferently. Yes. The subordinates' reply had just sounded. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless sounds of the air being torn apart rang out. The people of the various super sects had all rushed over. The moment they saw that the entrance of the cave was already guarded by Mo Yuntian's men, and that Mo Yuntian's men were still entering, instantly, their eyes turned red. Motherfucker! You have already occupied this place the moment you arrived. Then why have we stayed here for so many months? To make your wedding dress? General Meng, what do you mean by doing this? Elder Mu walked out from the crowd with a heavy expression. Since ancient times, as long as there is a divine source realm, it has always been the wealth and resources shared by all the sects in the pugilistic world. The official forces are not allowed to interfere, especially when this place is the Eastern Royal Heavens. Even His Majesty Eastern Emperor did not send anyone to occupy it, allowing us to freely distribute and fight for it based on our opportunities. Why did Mo Yuntian guard this place the moment he arrived? General, shouldn't you give an explanation? Great General Meng said indifferently, Mu Tsonglan, I punished my subordinate just now because he violated military discipline and did not follow military orders. It is not because I am afraid of you, or rather, I am afraid of all of you. It is the same now. I am here on orders to capture the murderer who killed the imperial descendant. This is my duty, and I cannot neglect it. If His Majesty Heavenly Emperor Mo Yuntian blames me for this, can you bear the responsibility? Or rather, can your Sky Sword Alliance bear the responsibility? Mu Tsonglan said furiously, based on your words, you want to occupy this place just to capture the murderer? Do you know how much manpower and resources we have wasted to wait here for several months? Do you think we deserve it? Great General Meng said with a cold face, Elder Mu, please calm down. I have never coveted the treasures of the Eastern Royal Heavens realm of divine source. I can guarantee that once the murderer is captured, all of you will retreat immediately. Everything in the realm of divine source will not be touched at all. Please rest assured on this point, said General Meng. Shuexian said coldly, General, you have a glib tongue. General, you can naturally enforce the law with your soldiers, but we are not under your command. Let me ask you, if we promise General Meng that after we enter, we will not interfere with the matters under your command and will not help Chu Yang, will General Meng believe us and let us go? Great General Meng was stunned and said coldly, Immortal, are you implying that I will go back on my words? Shuexian said indifferently, General wants us to believe you, but we also want you to believe us. All of us can promise General Meng that as long as you let us go in to search for the treasures, we will not interfere with Mo Yuntian's pursuit of the murderer. That is impossible. Great General Meng rejected decisively. The faces of all the people from the various sects were filled with rage. If it was said that the third commander had angered everyone, then Great General Meng had already angered everyone. It was only because Great General Meng's abilities were unfathomable that the masterminds of the various sects were not willing to shed all pretenses and fight. Even so, both sides were still in a state of mutual hostility. Neither side was willing to back down, and a fight was about to break out. How could Great General Meng not know the seriousness of this matter? Using his own abilities to forcefully suppress the various sects was an extremely unwise move. But at this juncture, he had no choice but to do so. Because once the various sects were allowed to enter, there would definitely be more variables. Chu Yang would definitely take advantage of these people entering to do something big. Whether it was framing others or taking advantage of the situation, it might happen in the realm of divine source. It was even possible that Chu Yang would take the opportunity to disguise himself and escape. Since that was the case, it would be better to let Chu Yang stay inside alone. As long as he was captured, he would come out without any involvement. This was the best plan. So he would definitely not let the people from the various super sects enter. Great General Meng was arguing with the leaders of the various sects, but in reality, he was also stalling for time. As long as Mo Yuntian sent 1,000 people to capture Chu Yang quickly, everything would naturally come to an end and the dispute would be resolved. But previously, Chu Yang had clearly been hit by his attack and his injuries were definitely serious. He had already stalled for quite some time, but why was he still unable to capture Chu Yang? Great General Meng's plan was undoubtedly very good, but the reality was very bad. The eyes of the people from the various sects were all red with jealousy. Fuck, we have been here for a few months, eating and sleeping in the open, just for today. Before this, there was a sword suppressing us, and we could not do anything about it. When the sword was finally gone, it was taken over by Mo Yuntian's men. It seems that not only are you here for a tour, but you are also here to vent your anger? We are not stepchildren. What right do you have to be so domineering? Since you don't believe us, what right do we have to believe you? If you directly say that you are here to take a share of the loot, it's not that bad. The things in the realm of God's source are all equally fortuitous encounters, but you intend to take everything away. Isn't that clearly going against all of us? The atmosphere on the mountaintop was extremely tense, and a fight could break out at any moment. Everyone's faces were ashen. Chu Yang flew swiftly with the sound of the wind. When he was free-falling, he even used all his strength to use the 10,000-pound hammer technique. He let his body fall at the fastest speed possible. Otherwise, he would easily be caught up by the people behind him. These ink cloud guards and silver armored soldiers who were chasing after him were all desperados. When they saw Chu Yang using the 10,000-pound hammer, all of them actually followed suit and accelerated their descent. They did not even consider what would be waiting for them below. But this matter was really not something they could consider, nor did they have the time to consider it. The realm of God's source had just been broken through. Who would have thought that Chu Yang had actually entered and exited this passageway several times already? Since Chu Yang dared to do this, and his cultivation was lower than theirs, why would they not dare to do so? Even if there was some unpredictable danger below, with Chu Yang at the front, he would be the first to be unlucky. With Chu Yang as a buffer, everyone could avoid it no matter what. Driven by such thoughts, and all of them were skilled and daring people. All of them chased after Chu Yang without any regard for their lives. Chu Yang fell all the way down. In just an instant, he had fallen out of the passageway that would have taken him half a day to pass through. When he reached that piece of void, he suddenly cursed, "Fuck, what is going on?" The cold death aura that had originally completely disappeared was actually rolling and howling here. It was so dark that one could not even see their own fingers. Chapter 1947. The reason why he came in was indeed to take advantage of the situation. He was very familiar with the terrain below, at least much more familiar than the others. He could disappear without a trace with just a turn. He could play hide and seek with the enemy. This was also the most advantageous environment for him that Chu Yang could think of. Furthermore, it was a chaotic state of mind. But now, He had fallen into a terrible situation where he could not even see his own fingers. It was equivalent to both the enemy and himself being in such a situation. This was an absolutely fair environment. How could Chu Yang take advantage of the situation? His cultivation was far inferior to any of the people who were chasing after him. To Chu Yang, fighting in an absolutely fair environment was definitely the quickest way to die. Chu Yang, who had lost a lot of his plans because of the sudden change, could only fall down like a weight in the darkness. Leaving this place quickly was the most important thing. Staying here would only lead to a faster death. However, his cursing alarmed another person. Yes, to be more precise, it was actually not a person, but a soul, the divine soul of the calamity. Originally, when the aura of the sword had just disappeared, the divine soul of the calamity was still very happy. Yes, I can finally go out for a walk. In the future, I can go out and come in whenever I want. This place was like my own backyard. Just as he was thinking about this wonderful place, a large group of people suddenly came in. Seeing this, the divine soul of the calamity was instantly stunned. Me, can't you let me have some peace and quiet? Why did such a large group of trash suddenly come in? Pooh! Trash like you dare to step into my realm of the divine source. Are you looking for death? But before the divine soul of the calamity could make a move, another group came in, and then another group, and another group, and another group, and another group. After these people came in, their actions were very similar. All of them were shouting and yelling. Of course, there were all kinds of strange lines and all kinds of things. Quick, quick. See where there are good things. Take them and leave quickly. Otherwise, when those super sects come in, we will have to hand over the treasures in our hands and won't even be able to drink a mouthful of soup. Yes, yes, quick, quick. Fuck, this is mine. What is this? Why is it yours? Do you think he will agree when you call him? Bastard, take this. Bastard, take this. Bang, 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 bang. Some people were running all over the mountains. Some had broken bones from the fall, some were fighting, and some were sneaking around. The tribulation divine soul was enraged. Do you really think this place is ownerless? Can I let you do whatever you want? In his fury, the aura of his spirit instantly spread out with a loud bang. In the blink of an eye, it had already enveloped the entire realm of the divine source. Not a single person was spared, and even the tunnel that they had entered was spared. Immediately after, the divine soul of calamity led his zombies to start a massacre. It's one thing for those powerful existences to bully me, but even you bunch of ants dare to rob me. Fuck, do you really think I don't have a temper? The spirit of calamity's cultivation was so high that it was almost at the same level as De and Ho. Moreover, this was his absolute home ground. The cultivation of these people who came down first was at least 10 levels lower than the spirit of calamity. This killing was simply a one-sided massacre. No, saying that it was a massacre was an understatement. A large number of them had fallen down, and another large number had fallen down. He had just killed the last few and was searching everywhere for those who had escaped. Actually, it was very difficult to find any more. Because the aura of the spirit had spread out in all directions, it was equivalent to the entire realm of the divine source being filled with the purest chilly aura of death. This thing was the most deadly killing weapon. Even if the spirit of calamity did not attack personally, as long as they were not at the heavenly human level, they would all die. However, right at this moment, a loud curse was suddenly heard. Fuck, what's going on? The spirit of calamity instantly shuddered and almost burst into tears. This voice was too familiar. Little ancestor has come down again. Oh, I was worried that this little ancestor would be angry because I rejected him the last time. How rare. He is really magnanimous. He hurriedly flew over. To a living person, this chilly aura of death was not only a visual obstruction, it was also an extremely sharp killing weapon. But to the spirit of calamity, it was the most basic thing in his body. Because he was annoyed by the sudden change just now, he did not care about anything else and unleashed his full power. In fact, it was a very wasteful action. However, now that so many people had been killed by him here, The aura of death in this place became even thicker. As long as he could retrieve all of them, the spirit of calamity would still benefit from it. In this realm of the divine source, there was no place that the spirit of calamity was not familiar with. In an instant, he had already accurately located Chu Yang's position and floated over with a whoosh. He just happened to catch the great philanthropist Chu who was about to land. Oh my little ancestor. The spirit of calamity was almost a little agitated as he said, "You came down again. Why? Why are you still using the 10,000-pound hammer to fall down from above?" "I'm being chased now. I don't have to be afraid that I can't escape," Chu Yang said with difficulty. Then, he realized, "Why are you so attentive today?" The spirit of calamity had a fawning look on his face. "Didn't you ask me to follow you out last time? I've been thinking left and right these few days, and I really feel that following you is a glorious and great way out." Chu Yang was almost choked by his words. "Me? What's going on? I'm already in such a miserable state now, surrounded by the heavenly Emperor Ink Cloud's royal army. My life is also in a breath's time, and there's actually someone who can take the initiative to seek refuge with me at such a time. It's a miracle. No, it's a miracle. And the one he seeks refuge with actually boasted of being a glorious and great way out? And he can still be so fawning, so sincere, so sincere. This really makes this great village master's little head unable to understand. Is this guy mocking me because he sees that I'm down and out? It really doesn't look like it. I'm conflicted, too conflicted. It's just that, at such a critical moment, Chu Yang simply did not have the leisure to consider more. His brain worked at high speed, and his eyes turned. He said, "Seeing that you're so sincere, I'll reluctantly accept you. First, let one of the zombies below you run and move. Let them think that I'm running." "Okay, a piece of cake." The tribulation divine spirit was instantly excited to the extreme. "This little ancestor has accepted me. Wahahaha. My future will be so bright, so brilliant and glorious. Ah. The first task must be completed well." The pitiful tribulation divine spirit did not know at all how bright the future was. Whether it was brilliant and brilliant was absolutely unknown. But right now, it was a huge trouble. The tribulation divine spirit was in high spirits. With a thought, a zombie below immediately ran at high speed. Patter, patter. This series of sounds was extremely like a person running in the darkness. In reality, it also seemed to be so. Right at this time, whooshing sounds sounded in the sky one after another. The tribulation divine spirit was shocked. What's going on today? Why are they jumping down one by one? And all of them are even using the 10,000-pound hammer. Chu Yang grinned. "Now, I'll have to trouble you to move me to a safe place." Yes, yes, yes. The tribulation divine spirit moved this little ancestor to a corner respectfully. "It's no trouble at all. How is it troublesome? You're too polite, too polite." Mo Yuntian's people descended rapidly. As soon as they came out of the tunnel, they felt endless darkness in front of them. They could not even see their own fingers. That was an extremely cold death energy. How could there be such a place? If it was the usual darkness, everyone could adapt to it. But in the face of such cold death energy, there was nothing they could do. The strength of this group of people was not bad. They were at least at the peak of the saint level. Even if they were eroded by the cold death energy, there would not be any big problem in a short period of time. But how big was the area covered by the cold death energy? Even with their cultivation, they would still be eroded if they stayed in an environment full of cold death energy for a long time. As long as they were not at the heavenly human level, they would definitely not be able to resist the erosion for a long time. But to stop and even retreat? But to retreat was tantamount to disobeying a military order. There was only death for them. Just as he was stuck between a rock and a hard place, he suddenly heard the sound of running footsteps coming from below. There's only one person. The Ink Cloud Guards and the silver-armored soldiers came to this conclusion at the same time. Then, who was this person? In such a situation, there was only one person, and he looked very flustered. That could only be Chu Yang. Chu Yang was escaping. From the sound of it, he could still run and wander around, looking for a way out. His cultivation is not as high as ours, but he could still run after falling. Then what are we afraid of? As long as we can capture Chu Yang, it will be a great achievement. It's not easy to make military achievements in times of peace, but as long as we can capture Chu Yang this time, we will help Lord Heavenly Emperor take revenge. It was undoubtedly reaching the sky in a single step. Everyone did not slow down and descended with a rumble. They all fought to be the first, fearing that Chu Yang would fall into the hands of others. As they descended, they kept thanking Great General Ming, thanking the commander. He actually gave such a great opportunity to me. If I didn't grab it, I could totally die. One after another, they descended like meteors and entered the cold death energy at full speed. They entered the darkness where they could not see their own fingers. All of them were in high spirits, all of them gnashing their teeth, all of them smug. It seemed that this tunnel was not very deep. Everyone thought in their hearts. Then, after a short time, everyone started to panic. Oh my goodness. We used all our cultivation and used the 10,000-pound hammer to descend. This speed of descent was at least 10,000 times faster than usual. In other words, if a certain abyss was 10,000 feet deep, it would take almost 30 minutes to reach the bottom normally. But if we used the 10,000-pound hammer, it would be in the blink of an eye. It would be the same time as jumping down 10 feet. How could it be the same? But now, even if it was 20,000 feet, it seemed that they should have landed. Why hadn't they touched the ground yet? If they fell to the ground at such a speed, sly. I forgot to click the publish button when I uploaded the third update. I was only focused on writing the fourth update. Now that I finished writing, I realized, sly, very sly. Chapter 1949. Thinking of this, all of them started to restrain their cultivation and started to lighten their bodies, float, and turn upwards, however, with the inertia of more than 200,000 feet, close to 300,000 feet, and the falling force of the 10,000-pound hammer. How could this huge falling force be dispelled in an instant? In the blink of an eye. Bang! Suddenly, there was a loud noise, and the ground in the realm of divine source shook. The first ink cloud guard fell like a meteorite, smashing onto the flat mountain peak that almost broke Chu Yang's body. With a cracking sound, the sturdy mountain peak was smashed into pieces of rock. Then boom! Another one. Boom! Another one. Another pair. Boom, boom, boom. Chu Yang only felt an earthquake, and it was the kind of earthquake that was super large. His ears were almost deafened. After dozens of consecutive quakes, the people on Imo Yuntian's side fell rapidly like dumplings, and they almost smashed together. Chu Yang estimated that the man at the bottom had probably become a pile of minced meat now. No one could withstand such collisions, and dozens of them in a row. Then, the people at the top finally had time to adjust their falling speed, but the result was that they still fell heavily. No matter how they adjusted, the inertia still existed. The only difference was the magnitude of the inertia after adjustment. Bang, 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 bang. This scene is really too tragic. Chu Yang sighed in his heart, only feeling his little heart thumping. He asked the Divine Spirit, "How many died?" The Divine Spirit grinned. "These people are not simple. Only 2 died. The others are only seriously injured and are still breathing. They will probably all die soon." When the ink cloud guards and silver-armored soldiers were in their best condition, they could naturally resist the cold death energy, but now that they were seriously injured, how could they resist the death energy? It was only a matter of time before they died. So many of them are not completely dead? Can you kill them all as soon as possible? Chu Yang asked carefully. No problem at all. It's a piece of cake. The Divine Spirit took charge. This was a chance to show off in front of the little ancestor, so the Divine Spirit naturally had to do his best. What's more, these were all experts. If they were all dead, it would be a super tonic for the Divine Soul. Without a sound, the soul of the calamity floated out confidently. "Master, haha, just look at the people in Old May who dare to hunt you down. The sooner the better. Otherwise, there might be changes." Chu Yang reminded. Okay. The Calamity Divine Soul Mei Shangren patted his chest and went out with a whoosh. The big zombie moved out together, along with a saint-level calamity divine soul. In the darkness, they pounced on the falling ink cloud guards and silver armor soldiers with incomparable precision. Even though the black cloud guards and the silver-armored soldiers were warriors who had gone through thousands of battles, when had they ever fought in such a strange place before? They couldn't be blamed for this. Chu Yang, whose cultivation was obviously weaker than theirs, had landed on the ground, but he seemed to be fine. But as soon as they landed, something happened. There was no reason for this at all. There was really no way to reason with such a strange thing. Actually, the problem was, what they didn't know was that Chu Yang had come in before. And, even though it was unexpected this time, Chu Yang had the divine spirit to catch it, but they didn't have such treatment. This directly led to this tragedy, especially the two people at the bottom. With a loud boom, his entire body was smashed into the hard rock. His bones and tendons were broken on the spot, and his internal organs were severely injured. Before he could even catch his breath, his companion had already smashed into him like a meteor. They died an unnatural death before they could even cry out. The most tragic thing was that if they were just dead, the two of them wouldn't be worried, because experts who had reached this level of cultivation could basically keep their souls from being destroyed. As long as they got someone to open up the passage to the netherworld and befriend Qinfeng and Lu Yun, they could be reincarnated. But in this space, there was a calamity divine soul that specialized in devouring souls. This time, it was a complete tragedy. It was a bleak ending that was beyond redemption. Hundreds of people fell from above. Only the last 100 or 200 people fell relatively slowly because they had to maintain contact with the top. But because of this, they also avoided death. Inside, the calamity divine soul had already begun to show its ferocious power. It was silently and wantonly slaughtering people. The cultivation of these people was originally much lower than him. At this moment, there was an accident. They were seriously injured, and even had to use a considerable amount of strength to resist the erosion of the cold death aura. How could they resist? In just a short time, more than 100 people had already died in the hands of the calamity divine soul. Their bodies and souls were all destroyed, and they were beyond redemption. At this time, someone shouted, "Everyone, pay attention. There's a monster below." Everyone, back to back, quickly gather together and fight against the enemy together. Only then will we have a chance of survival. Experts were indeed experts. Even in such a bad situation, they quickly came up with the most suitable plan. But a zombie and a calamity divine soul had already pounced on them fiercely. Zombies didn't have souls. They were special existences that weren't afraid of pain or death. They were even more standard death soldiers than death soldiers. In an extremely dark environment, zombies were like fish in water. They have already exceeded the limits of what we can fight against. Even further away, another person shouted, but that voice was almost inaudible. Chu Yang suddenly realized. This should be the communication method arranged by Mo Yuntian. In such a strange situation, Mo Yuntian's people could only use this most primitive method. But it was undeniable that this method was the most effective communication method at the moment. Chu Yang shouted, "Speed up the attack frequency. We must kill all these enemies here before the next wave of reinforcements arrives." The other party's calmness and fierceness, as well as that extremely rare perseverance, made Chu Yang feel a sense of awe and veneration. But this could not affect his determination to kill the other party. On the contrary, the more the enemy was like this, the more he could not let go of the target. He could only try his best to kill all of them. Both sides were hostile to each other. If he didn't kill them, they would kill him. No problem. The soul of the calamity suddenly let out a sharp whistle, and the cold aura of death in the entire divine source realm suddenly became even denser. Then, countless skulls suddenly appeared out of thin air, and with ghostly cries, they suddenly pounced down from midair. The battle became even more intense. The casualties were even more severe. Of course, only the ink cloud guards and silver-armored soldiers suffered even greater casualties. Even if the soul of the calamity was disregarded, the level of the zombie itself was above all the soldiers that had entered this batch. Moreover, It wasn't afraid of injuries or weapons. If it wasn't for the fact that these soldiers were usually well-trained and had persevering personalities, they would have completely collapsed a long time ago. As for those skulls later, they were formed by the Calamity Divine Soul's own vital energy. It was not that they could not be destroyed, but the essence of those things was extremely pure cold death aura. If you really scattered them, it would instead allow the cold death aura to find an opportunity to enter your body's acupuncture points, and you would only die faster. This was the Calamity Divine Soul's most powerful group attack. Above, the various super sects were suppressed by Great General Ming. Everyone was about to lose their patience. Their eyes were spitting fire. As long as anyone made the first move, it would completely trigger everyone's bottom line. But from beginning to end, no one dared to cross the line. Behind Great General Ming, a few Mo Yuntian officers felt the enmity of the enemy army. At the same time, they held onto their sword hilts. Their fighting spirit was about to burst out. General Ming sighed inwardly. Judging from the other party's attitude, it was clear that they did not come with good intentions. Today's matter would probably not end well. The next moment, the empty door slowly opened, revealing an unusually spacious path. However, this path was empty for the time being, and not a single soul could be seen. I wonder which general of the Eastern Royal Heavens has come? I am Mo Yuntian Ming Wuya. Please come out and answer. Great General Ming raised his voice. The sky was still silent. Unexpectedly, no one answered. This kind of silence usually only meant one thing. We don't care about you. The faces of the generals behind Great General Ming were filled with extreme humiliation and anger. Our great general has personally asked you, and you didn't even say a word? We are both generals of the greater heaven and earth, yet you humiliate your opponent like this? Wasn't this too much? The moment they thought of this, they were so angry that their chests heaved up and down. Their eyes were burning with anger. They believed that as long as Great General Ming gave the order, these generals would immediately go over and fight with their lives. However, they did not know that at this moment, there was actually an argument going on in Great General Lan's tent. There must be a reason for the deployment of troops. Who will go and ask? Great General Lan said slowly. I will go. I will go. In an instant, the subordinates all fought to be the first to go. Let me go. The one who spoke was actually Yin Russian, who did not have a military position. Everyone was depressed. Everyone was fighting, but they all had military positions. At the very least, it could be said that it was their duty. But who was you? You are just a general of the Oath Division. Why are you joining in the fun? However, Great General Lan looked deeply at Yin Russian and said, General Yan's suggestion is very good. I will invite General Yin to make a trip. Everyone was shocked. What suggestion was very good? What suggestion did he make? No matter who it was, it shouldn't be Yin Russian's turn, right? Why did Great General Lan let him go? What the hell was this? Yin Russian lowered his eyebrows and bowed. Thank you for your trust, Great General Lan. He turned and left. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd outside, a green-clothed figure slowly walked out of the door with his hands behind his back. This person looked very young, but his green robe fluttered in the wind. At this moment, he stood high in the air, exuding a lofty and unworldly aura. His expression was cold and arrogant, and there was a vaguely unapproachable air about him. Great General Ming frowned and asked, May I know who you are? Yin Russian said coldly, The might of Dong Huang is unparalleled in this world. The dignity of Dong Huang is inviolable. Who are the troops below? Where are they from? Why are they suddenly invading Dong Huang Heaven? What are their intentions? Great General Ming was furious. The other party's attitude was clearly provocative. The arrogance of his words was secondary. The most abominable thing was that he was clearly finding fault with every word he said. Moreover, they were all big problems. The word offend was enough to completely oppose the positions of both sides. But the reality was that they were in someone else's territory, and the situation was stronger than the person. Although Great General Ming was extremely furious, he still knew etiquette. It was fine if he suffered some grievances, but the most important thing was that he couldn't let others talk about it. I am Imo Yuntian Mengzhan, Mengwuya. I am under the orders of Heavenly Emperor Imo Yuntian to capture the criminal. This trip was too rushed, and I didn't have time to report to the upper echelons of Donghuang Heaven. This general, please report to the upper echelons that Meng Wuya is willing to apologize for this. Just based on Meng Wuya's status, to be able to say this was already considered very humble under normal circumstances. The people of the imperial court would always be polite and wouldn't say anything outright. No matter what, Yin Russian should turn around and report to the upper echelons before making a decision. But it was a pity that Yin Russian's actions today were definitely not normal. Yin Russian clasped his hands behind his back and said arrogantly, "Capture the criminal of Imo Yuntian? What a strong reason. I am really interested to know why the criminal of Imo Yuntian would come to our Eastern Royal Heavens. What logic is this? Could it be that the criminal escaped 108,000 miles from Imo Yuntian and came to the Eastern Royal Heavens? Could it be that this criminal's cultivation is at the level of a saint? Otherwise, why would he run so far away? Could it be that your Imo Yuntian has fallen to the point where you can't even capture a criminal? In the Imo Yuntian army, an officer couldn't hold it in anymore. He pointed and shouted, "Hey, what do you mean by this? Do you know who you are talking to? Are the people of the Eastern Royal Heavens so impudent? Don't you know how to respect your seniors?" Impudent. Yin Russian's expression turned cold as he looked at this officer. He said coldly, "You guys traveled so far to our Eastern Royal Heavens and sent an army to suppress us. Did you guys get our permission? Do you have a book? Do you have a discussion? Do you have a report? Do you have a token?" The people of Imo Yuntian were all speechless. They really didn't have these things. They had originally planned to return as soon as they could settle this matter. If they couldn't, they would contact the officials of the Eastern Royal Heavens to settle the procedures. They had thought that Chu Yang's strength was at most at the Saint Realm and that they would leave after capturing the criminal. Earlier, they were still rejoicing that they met Chu Yang the moment they arrived. However, they didn't expect the situation to change. In such a short period of time, the officials of the Eastern Royal Heavens had arrived. Although they didn't really want to not do it, now that they were asked about this matter, they felt that they were in the wrong and had nothing to say. However, no one expected that the army of the Eastern Royal Heavens would arrive so quickly. It was as if they had been waiting here for a long time. Actually, the truth was that they had been waiting here for a long time. If it wasn't for the fact that Chu Yang had the divine soul of the calamity to help him, he might have been captured long ago. Imo Yuntian's group would have already returned. "You guys don't have anything, right?" Yin Russian pinned them down. "Then, are you guys here to invade our borders? Or invade our borders? Seeing that your army is so majestic, can I take it that your Imo Yuntian wants to declare war on our Eastern Royal Heavens?" The more Meng Wuya listened, the more he felt that something was amiss. What did this fellow mean? Every word of his was filled with sarcasm. It was as if he was intentionally trying to cause a war between the two sides. Moreover, the more he spoke, the more ridiculous it was. What majestic army? What nonsense. We only have 10,000 plus people here. How can this be called majestic army? With such a small number of people, how dare you invade our borders? How dare you invade our Eastern Royal Heavens? May I know the name of this general? Meng Wuya waved his hand, stopping his subordinates who were about to explode as he asked solemnly. Yin Russian coldly spoke, "I'm just a minor character. What great name do I have? My purpose here is to ask you all a question. If you all insist on invading our borders and starting a war, our Eastern Royal Immortal Realms will definitely not be afraid of your Black Cloud Immortal Realm." General Yin was Chu Yang's sworn brother. Meng Wuya and the others were here to capture Chu Yang. Moreover, the reason was the other party's fault. With regards to all of this, Yin Russian was already so angry that his stomach was about to explode. Now that he came out, how could he be nice to them? In his heart, he wanted nothing more than to start a war and wipe out all of them here. This was also the reason why General Lon didn't send anyone else but Yin Russian. Because Yin Russian was undoubtedly the person who wanted the two sides to start a war the most. Yen Russian's thoughts were mostly the same as General Land's. He wanted to muddy the waters. Mo Yuntian's people came to the eastern royal heavens without permission. How could he let them off so easily? Chapter 1951. I have never said that the purpose of this trip is to declare war with Eastern Royal Heaven. Meng Wuya explained patiently. By do search PCOM, the other party clearly wanted to declare war. Why would they declare war? Why would they declare war? This was still unknown. However, Great General Meng was clear on one thing. Once the war started, everyone he brought along, including himself, would die here. Moreover, they would die without dignity and without any value. If they died in a war, then so be it. This was the fate of soldiers. However, if they were to die for a scoundrel who snatched someone's wife, Great General Ming believed that not only would he and the silver-armored soldiers die with grievances, but those ink cloud guards would also die with grievances. Being loyal to the imperial family was one thing, but dying in humiliation was another. Therefore, the more the other party wanted to declare war, the more he would not fight. This was not cowardice, but strategy. It was the wisdom of a general. Moreover, the consequences of this war would be unimaginable. In Great General Ming's heart, even if Yuan Shedu was still alive, it was not worth starting a war for him, let alone now that he was dead. Not to mention that he was killed by the husband for snatching someone's wife. If the entire Mo Yuntian was dragged into the flames of war for this kind of scum, then the entire Mo Yuntian would really cry. Since you are not declaring war, then what are you doing here? Sightseeing? Yen Russian's voice was stern. Is this place very fun? Is that why you are here for sightseeing? No matter how good Meng Wuya's temper was, he could not help but be angered by these words. This sentence directly caused all the problems to start from the beginning. What are you doing here? I am here to catch the murderer. Why are you here to catch the fugitive of Ink Cloud Sky? Because the fugitive is in Eastern Royal Heaven. Could it be that you guys want to invade the Eastern Royal Immortal Realms? Start a war with Eastern Royal Heaven? We don't want to start a war with Eastern Royal Heaven. You don't want to start a war? Fine. Then what are you here for? Fine. This was a perfect cycle that could continue forever. Of course, the prerequisite was that Great General Meng's temper could not flare up for a long time. Is this general deliberately making things difficult for this old man? Meng Wuya's face finally sank, and his voice turned sharp. Aren't you trying to make things difficult for the Eastern Royal Celestial Army? Yen Russian's voice was filled with arrogance as he continued. Let me ask you this. This was the location of the ruins of the Eastern Royal Heavens Divine Source Realm. The location of the ruins of the realm of Divine Source had always belonged to the pugilistic world. Even His Majesty Donghuang has yet to declare his position. Your Mo Yuntian sealed this place the moment you came. What is the meaning of this? Are we the ones making things difficult for you? Or are you the ones making things difficult for all of us? These words were too sharp, directly placing Mo Yuntian on the opposite side of all the people and powers. On the side, the various super sects heard this. His entire body felt as if he had eaten ice cream on a hot day. It felt so good. Who asked you, Mo Yuntian, to be so tyrannical? Indeed, evil people need to be dealt with by evil people. Now that you've met someone stronger than you, you've gone soft, haven't you? Damn it. To think that you scolded us so much previously. Now, it's finally your turn to have a taste of humiliation. We all have our own taboos, and we don't dare to fall out with you guys. Now that someone even more ruthless has come, let's see what you guys have to say. The culprit that we're searching for has found an opportunity to enter the realm of Divine Source. To avoid being hunted down, we naturally have to capture the culprit. Great General Meng was slightly angry. We have no intention of getting our hands on the things in the realm of Divine Source. I guarantee that. We definitely won't do anything. Ha 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 ha. Yen Russian laughed loudly. Your words can only fool a 3-year-old. Let's not talk about whether I believe your words or not. You can ask all the representatives of the super sects here. Will any of them believe your words? Everyone shook their heads in unison. Obviously, at this moment, even if they believed it, they couldn't say that they believed it. They would rather offend Imo Yuntian. After all, this wasn't Imo Yuntian's home ground. At most, they would never go to Imo Yuntian. However, if they offended the Eastern Royal Skies military, they would definitely not be able to walk out of this place alive. Moreover, the Eastern Royal Skies military is on our side now. Everything they say and do is to fight for our interests. How can we turn against each other? There was another most important point. This general had said that the Divine Source Realm relic was a dispute in the pugilistic world, and the government and military would definitely not get involved. This point was far too tempting. There was actually such a sensible government representative here, and it was obvious who he was leaning towards. Meng Wuya gritted his teeth and said, "General, what is your intention? Please state it clearly." He could tell that no matter if this was the original intention of the person in front of him, or if someone else was behind it, it would be hard to settle this peacefully today. However, this matter was too important. No matter what, he still had to make one last effort. As long as there was a chance that they wouldn't fall out with each other, he had to do his best. Unexpectedly, Yin Russian said loudly, "I don't have the time to care whether you are here to capture the culprit or to invade the Eastern Royal Skies interests. Now, you are not allowed to interfere in the matters of the Eastern Royal Sky. You are also not allowed to disturb the order. You are especially not allowed to harm the lives of the people. Now, everyone, back off immediately. Remove the seal on this place and let out the realm of Divine Source. As for what happens in the future, it will depend on your performance. If you still dare to resist stubbornly, then you can provoke us. Don't blame me for not reminding you first." This sentence caused everyone in the ink cloud sky, no matter if it was the ink cloud guards or the silver-armored soldiers, they were all so angry that their stomachs almost exploded. Humans need face and trees need bark. Not only Meng Wuya, it was also the first time in their lives that they were being scolded and insulted like this. If it wasn't for the military order, they would have already gone up to fight with their lives. Great General Ming looked at the neat formation of the Eastern Royal Skies military and stared at it for a long time. Then, he waved his hand and said, "All troops, disperse." This meant that they were giving in. They were giving way to the various super sects to enter. This was giving in through and through. There was no other way. The situation was stronger than the person. If they insisted on not letting them in, it would be equivalent to going against them. The 10,000 people here would all be buried here. The Ink Cloud Skies generals were so angry that their necks were sore. In the end, they got such a reply. All of them were so angry that their heads were filled with blood. Great General, you can't. Great General, shut up. Great General Meng's face was dark. Military orders must be obeyed. Didn't you hear it? Those who disobey will be killed without mercy. At this moment, he had to give a strict order. If any accident happened, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yes, the generals were angry but didn't dare to say anything. With a face full of grief and anger, they gave their orders. In just a short while, the Ink Cloud Skies army dispersed and gave way to the entrance of the realm of God Source. This made Yin Russian, who was in the sky, feel surprised. It seemed that this great General Ming was really an extremely scary character. He could even tolerate this? As the Ink Cloud Skies people moved away, the people from the various super sects were about to enter. They had been waiting impatiently for a long time. After all, this was the place where the two armies were confronting each other. If it wasn't for the fact that the treasures in the realm of God's Source were irresistible, they would have left this place long ago. Now that there was a chance to enter, it was better to enter as soon as possible and complete the task as soon as possible. You guys can settle the dispute between the two heavens and earth. It has nothing to do with us. Great General Ming frowned and observed the movements around him. Beside him, a general came up and said hurriedly, "General this, shut up." Great General Ming said in a low voice, "Our mission this time is to capture Chu Yang alive and kill the traitors of Ink Cloud Sky. It is definitely not to start a war with Eastern Royal Heaven. As long as we complete those tasks, no matter how much humiliation we have to suffer, we will have completed our mission. If we really start a war with Eastern Royal Heaven, then even if we have completed our mission, We will be sinners of the entire ink cloud sky. Once we start a war, the entire ink cloud sky will be filled with corpses. The entire eastern royal heaven will also be filled with corpses. And all of this was caused by our unintentional invasion. By then, even if we have been dead for thousands of years, our names will be left in the history books. We will be sinners forever. Great General Ming gritted his teeth and said, "Endure. You must endure. Yes, sir." The general shuddered. Yes, it was fine to start a war based on a moment of passion. If he was alone, it was fine if he died. But the problem was that all of them represented the entire ink cloud sky now. Above, Yin Russian was still planning to nitpick and continue to provoke them. Unexpectedly, a heart-wrenching voice came from below. The opponents here are all zombies. They don't have the situation where their combat power is reduced because of injuries. Normal vital attacks are useless against them. There are also extremely powerful divine souls of calamities here. They have already exceeded the limits of what we can fight against. The news from below finally came up. Great General Ming's expression changed when he heard that. He suddenly turned to look at Elder Mu, Shuexian, and the rest. There are actually divine souls of calamities here? He didn't understand the specific situation here at all, and came here in such a hurry. Who would have thought that there was actually such a huge trap below? Shuexian's expression was cold as she said indifferently, "General, you must be joking. Is it very strange for divine souls of calamities to be produced below the sealed divine source realm? Or is it that General doesn't know what the divine source realm is at all?" Meng Wuya didn't have the time to care about Shuexian's attitude at this moment. He stood up anxiously and turned into a black smoke, speedily entering the passageway. Behind him, the people from various sects and all the ink cloud guards and silver-armored soldiers also entered together. Swish, swish, swish. Swish, swish, swish. Chapter 1952. Almost everyone who dared to rush in at this moment was an expert among experts. Everyone's movements were extremely agile. In a very short period of time, the originally crowded mountain peak was empty. Yin Russian looked from above and muttered, "Should I go in and take a look too? I can't be at ease if I don't go in." He descended like a breeze and entered the tunnel with a whoosh. In the commander's tent, General Lan was stroking his beard and smiling. This Meng Wuya is really good at enduring. However, Yuan Tianjia has really made things difficult for him by sending him to capture Chu Yang. This fellow has a very straightforward temper, but he actually did something that goes against his conscience. Everyone burst into laughter. No matter what, seeing an important person from another world being humiliated in front of them was always a good feeling. Just as General Lan was feeling smug, he was surprised to see Yin Russian enter as well. He couldn't help but slap his thigh. Fuck. What is he doing in there? Is he looking for death? Didn't he hear that there are divine souls in there? He thought for a while and said, "Immediately send 5,000 people in to take a look." With a whoosh, 5,000 people landed neatly in the dark camp. Then, with a whoosh, they entered the divine source realm in an instant. When General Ming went down, he was a little dazed. Inside the divine source realm, it was clear and bright. The Chilean energy that was still raging just now had retreated like a whirlwind, leaving behind only a mess. Other than the dozens of people who stayed at the entrance of the tunnel, there were about 200 to 300 people who were seriously injured. All the survivors were covered in blood and were on the verge of dying from their injuries. As for the other 700 people, they were not injured, because they were already dead. Corpses were strewn all over the place. Blood, flesh, and broken limbs were everywhere. Other than the corpses and broken limbs, there were also some treasures. Perhaps some was not the right word to describe it. If everyone had some treasures near them, the total number was still considerable. Hence, it should be said that there were quite a number of treasures. Furthermore, anyone with a discerning eye would be able to tell that these treasures were originally from the realm of divine source. Although they were of a lower level and might not be of much value, the reality was that it was impossible to see these treasures from hundreds of thousands or millions of years ago in the outside world. Even some of the weapons had traces left on them from long ago. The extremely simple and unadorned style further revealed the origin of these items. This was definitely not something that could be easily imitated or faked by the people who had just entered. Since the origin of these items could be ascertained, then why would they appear beside these people? The answer seemed to be inexplicable. What a good Cho did not offend, not taking a single shot. Everyone collectively glared at Great General Meng who had just entered. Didn't you just say outside that you wouldn't covet the treasures and inheritance inside? How are you going to explain that now? Is this what you Yuntian mean by not committing any crime? So that's how you understand this word. Fortunately, we came in early. Otherwise, wouldn't this place have been emptied out by your people? To think that you keep saying that you're so righteous. That's right. You can even explain Wuchi in such a way. What's the point of being a little righteous? These treasures obviously came from there, and they were of a lower level. Of course, they were definitely left behind by Chu Yang. Otherwise, how could one explain why such a large place like the realm of the divine source was already empty? And although there were treasures beside all the corpses, they were all cheap goods. Only one or two of them were of a slightly higher level. Such a simple trap shouldn't have fallen for those old foxes of the super sects so easily. But once a person had a blind spot, they would continue to think according to their own fixed train of thought. This was only the periphery. Of course, there weren't many valuable things here. But even these cheap goods could be used as a reference to understand the standards of the past. They could even deduce many things, techniques, methods, and so on. So, even if they were cheap goods, they were still very valuable. Everyone had already determined that the Yuntian soldiers were filling their pockets. In addition to the humiliation they had suffered outside, they wouldn't think about anything else. Yet, Great General Meng obviously didn't pay attention to these material evidence. His eyes were only looking at the dead silver-armored soldiers on the ground with some pain. These soldiers were all his trusted subordinates whom he had carefully nurtured for many years. He could even accurately name every single one of them. Not long ago, they were still standing solemnly beside him. But now, at this moment, there were actually so many people who had lost their lives here and turned into cold corpses. Even their divine souls had been destroyed, and they would never be reincarnated. At this moment, he suddenly remembered the situation where Chu Yang didn't hesitate to appear in front of others and ran over here as if he didn't care about his life. At that time, he guessed that there might be something fishy below. At least, it should be beneficial to Chu Yang. But he didn't expect that so many of his capable subordinates would be buried here because of this. Chu Yang, divine souls of calamities. Great General Meng muttered, and his expression suddenly became exceptionally fierce. So that's it. Below, there was actually a huge trap. Although he didn't know why Chu Yang was so clear about it, this was a trap specially prepared for the Yuntian soldiers. He could already confirm without a doubt. Chu Yang, where are you? Come out. Great General Meng's voice was solemn. It reverberated in the realm of the God Source. But there was no reply. As long as Chu Yang's brain wasn't filled with water, he wouldn't take the initiative to show himself no matter what. Great General Meng waited for a while. Then, he waved his hand and shouted, "Search. Search carefully and be careful of the divine souls of calamities. If there's any movement, don't act rashly. Report back immediately." 10,000 people rushed out after receiving the order. The people from the various super sects also rushed out to search for treasures. There was no point in continuing to talk nonsense at this time. What was in their hands was the real deal. With a swoosh, Yin Russian also landed. Behind him was the entire Donghuang Heaven's army. They silently lined up in a square formation, ready to attack at any time, facing Meng Wuya. Meng Wuya's face was ashen. He stood with his hands behind his back and completely ignored this group of people. The purpose of these people was obviously to spy on him. Meng Wuya was depressed. Am I so tasteless? Do I need you to spy on me? Yin Russian still stood high up in the sky, focusing all his attention on any clues in any direction. Meng Wuya didn't know what these people were doing, but Yin Russian's heart was very clear. There was actually only one key point. Chu Yang. They wanted to capture him, but Yin Russian wanted to protect him. Even Great General Lan, who was in the sky, didn't know that Yin Russian's purpose was to protect Chu Yang. It was silent. Almost at the same time, there were countless disputes in all directions. These disputes came very suddenly, but they were very orderly and noisy. In some places, some treasures or ancient books would be found from time to time, and the locations of these treasures were all very obvious. It was almost visible at a glance. Under such circumstances, the result was that you saw it, and I saw it too. So who should it belong to? Therefore, there was a conflict. Put it down. I saw it first. Get lost. Aren't you just here to catch a criminal? What are you going to do with it? Put it down. Bang, 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 bang. Very obviously, every time there was a discovery, the people from the various super sects would have some disputes with Mo Yuntian's people. Back and forth, when some disputes accumulated, it wasn't just some disputes anymore. Although the quantitative change hadn't caused a qualitative change for the time being, this trend was already the general trend. What was lacking was nothing more than an opportunity to start. Great General Ming listened to the cursing, quarreling, and fighting sounds all around, and he had his own plans. At this moment and place, he was the one who was most unwilling to see disputes. Great General Ming frowned and shouted loudly, "All Mo Yuntian's people listen to my order. The only purpose of this trip is to search for that criminal. As for the treasures and ancient books, none are allowed to touch them. Those who disobey will be beheaded." This resolute and decisive sentence spread far and wide, and it really had some moderating effect. But in some unseen places, there were still disputes constantly appearing. Although most of the people in Mo Yuntian's trip would obey Great General Ming's orders, such as the silver-armored soldiers, there were also people who didn't fully follow orders. For example, Mo Yuntian's personal guards, Mo Yuntian guards. Under normal circumstances, orders naturally had to be obeyed. But when the temptation exceeded someone's resistance limit, the order didn't have much meaning. For example, if a saber user saw a treasure sword, although he also had a desire to possess it, under this order, he would also give up. But if a sword user was stuck at a bottleneck for a long time, and very unexpectedly and pleasantly surprised to see a sword truth, it would be very difficult for him not to be tempted. If the location just happened to be a more remote place, and there weren't many people around, then it would be too difficult for him to not make a move and disobey the order. Once such a situation occurred, even the silver-armored soldiers might not necessarily not be tempted, let alone those Mo Yuntian guards. The things in front of them were all rare books from hundreds of thousands of years ago. You say you don't want them? That's the real idiot. Although this little trick of Chu Yang's was very straightforward, it was very effective. Therefore, although Great General Ming had given strict orders, the conflict still continued, and the disturbance continued to escalate. However, in the face of such a situation, even a deity would be powerless. No matter how calm a person was, when he saw a book that was enough to affect his life, that kind of fatal temptation was something that even a deity couldn't resist. Only by controlling this kind of conflict within an extremely small range, as much as possible, could there be room for mediation. However, the most unexpected thing was that Chu Yang, who had long been confirmed to have come in, and that tribulation godly soul that had caused terrifying deaths and injuries, had completely disappeared at this moment. They couldn't find him at all. There wasn't even any trace of him. This matter was really strange. Could it be that he had melted after coming in? How could he have disappeared so thoroughly? The sounds of fighting all around became more and more intense. The conflicts also became more and more intense. The shouting and cursing between each other was even more incessant. Chapter 1953. In the end, even Shuexian, Haibo, and the others started to curse. Peak Com. However, some people in Mo Yuntian had already touched the bottom line of these people. The qualitative change that Chu Yang was looking forward to was about to take shape. Meng Wuya put his hands behind his back and used his divine sense to check the situation. He could clearly feel that someone was playing tricks in the dark. On many of the paths that one had to pass through, the places where it was easiest to find treasures would always lead to conflicts. On the contrary, there was nothing in some inconspicuous places. Many of the sources of conflicts were caused by a tyrannical energy that was secretly setting up many treasures and traps. The purpose was to make the various sects and Mo Yuntian's army fight. Unfortunately, even though Great General Meng had already understood the whole story, he was still helpless. It was not only because there was no evidence. It was also because these were all open schemes. Those treasures were all treasures from a long time ago. They were definitely not fake. If Mo Yuntian and the others did not covet them and really did not commit any crimes, these schemes would be broken by themselves. But human nature was like this. His subordinates could not avoid falling into these open schemes. Besides, the tyrannical energy that was directing all these was the most unpredictable. It was fleeting and traceless. This was the most troublesome point. It was still the same saying. The unknown was the most unpredictable and the most terrifying thing. At this moment, Meng Wuya was focused on searching. He must first find that whatever divine spirit of the calamity. Only by settling this unknown divine spirit of the calamity would Chu Yang have nothing to show for it. When Meng Wuya used the hand of nothingness previously, although he did not really get Chu Yang, he was sure that he knew Chu Yang's depth very well. On the other hand, if the divine spirit of the calamity did not show itself, it was equivalent to having a strong enemy watching from the side. Then, wanting to catch Chu Yang under the protection of such a strong divine spirit of the calamity was undoubtedly a fool's dream. It was absolutely not realistic. In the realm of God's source, the hesitation and quarrels gradually escalated. Finally, some people with more explosive tempers started to fight. Once it started, there were many people who followed suit. The situation became more and more serious. Even if both sides were tolerant, when one side turned around, they would definitely be ambushed. Once they were injured, in order to protect themselves, they would naturally turn around and fight. There would be no more words. Ambushing me? I have already retreated, and you are still ambushing me? Just now, you were pretending to give in, but it turned out that you were plotting against me. Who would be able to take this lying down? For a moment, the sounds of fighting could be heard from all directions. At first, everyone was still restraining themselves and did not dare to kill. However, when one side finally lost a life, they could no longer control their emotions and went all out. Leave the north and south to attack the east and west. Yin Russian, who was hovering in the air, gloated at the chaos. In the face of such a situation, even Meng Wuya, a super-old monster who had led troops for hundreds of thousands of years, felt helpless. Over there, the battle was getting more and more intense. Over here, the Eastern Royal Celestial Army was monitoring the situation, sitting on the mountain and watching the tigers fight. If he were to participate in the command, those bastards from the Eastern Royal Sky would probably immediately send their entire army over. There was no doubt about that. But now, the conflict was getting more and more intense. If they didn't stop it, the casualties would be even more severe. Moreover, they would become mortal enemies with all the super sects in the world. This power was something that even Heavenly Emperor Mo Yuan Tianji, feared. With the exception of the men from Heavenly Sword Union of Extreme Heaven, who had yet to get into any conflict with Chen Feng's men, the other sects had basically started fighting. Finally, another mysterious force suddenly flashed. Meng Wuya moved. He suddenly moved. His body was like a ghost as he mysteriously disappeared from his original spot. In the next moment, he appeared 1,000 feet away. Bang! Meng Wuya seemed to have struck something with his palm. He quickly chased after it. Only the sounds of banging could be heard. In the next moment, the sounds disappeared. Meng Wuya carried something with one hand and spun out like a whirlwind. Bang! He threw it on the ground. Everyone stared at it. That thing was a zombie. Many parts of this zombie's body had already collapsed. Some of its joints were strangely broken. There was also a huge hole in its lumbar vertebrae. Now that it was thrown on the ground by Meng Wuya, it was actually still twisting strangely and moving bit by bit. A zombie with a divine soul tribulation? Meng Wuya looked around with a sharp gaze and shouted, "Divine soul tribulation, come out. Otherwise, I will first destroy the zombies you have painstakingly cultivated. I will destroy all of your zombies one by one and crush them all into powder." Behind him, there was no sound at all. The soul of the calamity swallowed a mouthful of saliva, as if it were a living person in a certain secret area. It said with a dumbfounded expression, "Who is this person?" To be able to reduce a celestial tier zombie to such a state in a single exchange, his strength is quite impressive. Chu Yang smiled bitterly. I only know that he is an expert. I don't know what his cultivation is. Chu Yang grinned. He is at least a beginner saint, about the same level as me. The divine soul stared at him. Little ancestor, why is your enemy here? Is he so strong? Chu Yang was disdainful. Is he very strong? How is he compared to Shui Leihan? Haha, little ancestor, this doesn't seem to be a comparison. What kind of person is His Majesty Donghuang? Although this so-called general has a certain level of strength, if he were to fight to the death, he would still die in my hands. The divine soul of the calamity laughed conceitedly. So you are that strong? Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and kill him. Chu Yang was overjoyed. Little ancestor, you misunderstood me. I said that if we fight to the death, then I can kill him. I didn't misunderstand you. I just want you to kill him. Haha. In fact, at our level, there is basically no possibility of a fight to the death. With his strength, he must be second only to one person and above millions of people. How can there be a situation where we won't stop until one of us dies? Even if we really want to fight to the death, the strength of the two of us is roughly equal. Without 3 to 5 months, I really can't kill him. What? 3 to 5 months? Fight a battle every 3 to 5 months? Are you kidding me? You misunderstood me again. At our level of strength, time is no longer of much significance to us. If it is not a battle of attrition, it is not enough to cause enough fatal damage. The reason why I am confident that I can kill him and not die is because of the special characteristic of my divine soul. It is immortal. Is that so? Doesn't that mean that you can kill anyone in the world? It's not the same. With my cultivation, I can easily kill most people in the world. I can kill those who are on the same level as me or slightly stronger than me. But if I meet someone who is much stronger than me, I can only run for my life, such as His Majesty Donghuang. Does that mean that Juniho can deal with you? Kill me is not appropriate. Although they can easily defeat me, I can escape unscathed with the special characteristic of the divine soul. When I met His Majesty Donghuang before, I was too shocked by His Majesty. If I really face His Majesty Donghuang again, although I will definitely be no match for him and won't even have the courage to fight him, it will not be difficult for me to escape unscathed. Damn, isn't that quite impressive? You can't say that. Everything in the world has a nemesis. It is not necessarily that there is no nemesis that can restrain me, the divine soul replied. In fact, there was something that the divine soul did not dare to say. The shadow behind you is a super nemesis that can perfectly restrain me. Comparing his strength to His Majesty Donghuang's, it is hard to say. But when it comes to restraining me, he can just wave his hand and I will be finished. So there are so many secrets in this. When one's cultivation reaches a certain level, it is difficult to kill him. Forget it. Let's not think about those things for the time being. Let's put it this way. You said that the general has such a high cultivation, but he can't do anything to me. This proves that I have a great future. Don't you understand such a simple principle? That's true. The divine soul nodded and suddenly felt a little happy. This sentence made a lot of sense. Could an ant become enemies with a giant dragon? That was something that did not even need to think about. The little ancestor dared to fight with him when he was in the heaven grade. Now that he was in the holy position, it was not a big deal for him to have an enemy who was on the same level as him. He was making a fuss about nothing. Even if the little ancestor told him that his enemy was the descendant of Jun Yi, it would not be surprising. At this moment, Meng Wuya shouted again from outside. Then, he stepped on the zombie's head with one foot and slowly exerted force. With a crack, the zombie's head, which was known to be immortal, was instantly crushed. Then, from the neck down, it was completely crushed and the whole body turned into powder. A wisp of black smoke slowly emerged from the zombie's body. It turned in the air and was about to escape. As long as this wisp of black smoke could escape, It would recuperate for 300 to 500 years and become a zombie again. Someone saw this and wanted to stop it, but Meng Wuya waved his hand and stopped them. His sharp eyes looked at the direction of the wisp of black smoke. The black smoke turned in the air and spontaneously floated away. Meng Wuya did not move, but his eyes were fixed on it. He wanted to use the characteristic of the original spirit to find the owner of the zombie, the divine soul. The black smoke gradually drifted to the northeast. Not good. The divine soul shouted. He is using the zombie's black smoke to find me. Chu Yang was startled. That black smoke is your life force? The divine soul's face was a little ugly, yes. If it were not for my life force, I would not have been able to form the zombie. Chu Yang asked in surprise, you are not afraid of him. Do you have to look so ugly? Chapter 1954. The meaning behind the divine spirit's words was obvious. I'm not afraid, but I'm afraid you'll be implicated. Two sage-level experts are fighting. You're just a little sage. Won't you die if you touch them? Won't you be seriously injured if you even touch them? Chu Yang obviously thought of this too. He couldn't help but think of a countermeasure, but he couldn't think of a good way. The next moment, he saw the wisp of black gas hovering in the air above a certain place. Meng Wuya shouted. His body disappeared from his original spot and reappeared at the place where the black smoke was hovering. There was another burst of fighting sounds. Then, he pulled out another zombie. PCOM. This time, he didn't ask again. Instead, he directly crushed the zombie completely. Then, another wisp of black gas came out directly. The two wisps of black gas merged into one. It moved faster and floated to the third place. In the blink of an eye, Meng Wuya had destroyed 5 of the zombies. The divine spirit's face was a little ugly. Once Meng Wuya killed the first one, the life origin Qi would automatically come to find its master, Meng Wuya. At that time, he wouldn't be able to escape. He wasn't afraid of fighting, but what about Chu Yang? Go out quickly and collect all the life origin energy. Then, fight with him. He can't do anything to you anyway. Then, find a chance to hide. Chu Yang rolled his eyes and said, it's not necessarily a bad thing to destroy all the zombies. As long as you collect the life origin energy, it'll be really troublesome for him to find you again. The divine spirit nodded slowly. Although this was a last resort, it was the best solution at the moment. No, after Meng Wuya defeated the first 5 zombies, he didn't continue to look for the last one. Facing Chu Yang's hiding place, he said lightly, Chu Yang, I know you're there. Come out, I want to talk to you. Chu Yang's face tightened. Did he really find out? It didn't seem like he was playing tricks. But he didn't find out before. How did he find out now? There are only a few directions in this place. But this divine spirit's life origin energy deliberately avoided the direction you are in twice. Therefore, you must be here. Meng Wuya said indifferently, come out. This old man guarantees that as long as you come out, I won't take advantage of this opportunity to deal with you. Even if they were enemies, there were still some words to say. However, we still need to make things clear before we settle our grudges. Meng Wuya's words were very sincere. However, Chu Yang didn't dare to believe it. In fact, he didn't even believe a single word of it. At this moment, Yin Russian suddenly said, Chu Yang, come out. Don't worry, I'll be your witness. Since Great General Meng said so, then with Great General Meng's reputation, he would never lie to you. Meng Wuya frowned. He suddenly raised his head and asked in a deep voice, the Oaths Division? So you are Yin Russian? Yin Russian smiled and nodded. That's right. That's me. No wonder. Meng Wuya knew that Chu Yang was Yin Russian's sworn brother. No wonder Yin Russian made things difficult for him. And now, he even defended Chu Yang in front of everyone. Now, he had casually made a promise, but he immediately felt the power of the heavenly oath. In any case, they couldn't do anything to Chu Yang for the time being. Otherwise, they would incur the wrath of the heavenly oath in the entire Donghuang heavens. Yin Russian's action was clearly a trick. Regarding this, Mo Yuntian's generals were all filled with hatred. Just now, A few of them were already prepared to kill Chu Yang the moment he appeared. At most, they would be punished by military law. At most, they would die. In short, they wanted this person who had killed too many people to be one step ahead of them. But now, if they acted rashly, they would cause the death of the great general and even all the people of Mo Yuntian who were on this trip to the Donghuang heavens. Chu Yang's mind turned at lightning speed. He had already made up his mind. He calmed himself down and slowly walked out. Since Yin Russian said so, Chu Yang could only come out now. Moreover, he also wanted to see what kind of person Meng Wuya was. From there, he could deduce his character and formulate the best escape route. Although he seemed to have the upper hand and was safe, now that his and the Divine Spirit's whereabouts had been exposed, even if the Divine Spirit could escape unscathed, he didn't have the confidence to escape. Thus, he might as well fall off the stage. Now that he had Yin Russian as his backing, he had the capital to deal with Meng Wuya. The ink cloud guards immediately surrounded him. Meng Wuya looked at Chu Yang with his sharp eyes and said lightly, "Blow the horn. All the people of Mo Yuntian gather. When the horn is blown, those who don't come will be executed immediately." Then, the bleak sound of a bugle horn was heard. All the silver-armored soldiers of the Mo Yun guards gathered in an extremely short time. Whether they were searching or fighting, whether they were willing or not, they all returned to the team. Many of them were already injured and had wounds on their bodies. In such a short time, many people had already lost their lives here. It could be seen that the major sects had also tolerated this bunch of people to the extreme. Once they attacked, they directly greeted them with death and no longer had any intention of holding back. At this moment, when these people retreated, the people of the major sects also heaved a sigh of relief. They glared at them hatefully and immediately suppressed their thoughts of revenge and rushed into the mountains to search for treasures. 10 years was not too late to take revenge. Now, it was more important to quickly search for treasures here. But this time, it was definitely not over. You people of Mo Yuntian are so tyrannical and overbearing. We will remember you. Meng Wuya looked at Chu Yang with his sharp eyes and said lightly, "You are Chu Yang?" Chu Yang smiled amiably. "Of course. How dare you?" A general at the side shouted loudly. It was really like thunder piercing the ear. "Calm down." Meng Wuya stopped this subordinate and took a deep breath. He said, "Then what about the divine spirit of the tribulation?" Chu Yang smiled and said, "What is the divine spirit of the tribulation?" Meng Wuya stared at him for a long time and said, "Chu Yang, although I am not going to beat around the bush, since there are some things that you don't want to say, then I won't force you. But since you don't admit it, then I believe that you have nothing to do with the divine spirit of the tribulation." Chu Yang's heart skipped a beat. There was a huge trap in this sentence. If Chu Yang denied, then later on, Meng Wuya would attack the divine spirit of the tribulation and even use all of Mo Yuntian's forces to deal with the divine spirit of the tribulation. Chu Yang definitely had no reason to interfere, and even more so, he couldn't use the battle power of Donghuang Heaven to interfere. But if Chu Yang admitted that the divine spirit of the tribulation was his, then this realm of the divine source would become an ownerless land. It would become Chu Yang's private territory. Then, where did all the treasures go? In other words, Chu Yang was equivalent to offending all the super sects in the world at the same time. No matter which of these two consequences, Chu Yang didn't want to bear either. Especially the latter reason, he couldn't bear it directly. Chu Yang thought about it in his heart, but his expression didn't change. He said, "General Meng, if you have something to say, please say it." Great General Meng's method was undoubtedly shrewd and ruthless, but he misjudged one thing, a very important thing, and that was the power of the divine spirit of the tribulation. Even if he gathered all of Mo Yuntian's battle power, he wouldn't be able to destroy the divine spirit of the tribulation. To put it bluntly, as long as it wasn't a peerless expert at the level of Jun Iho, it was impossible to cause any effective damage to the divine spirit of the tribulation. Speaking of Great General Meng, although his true power was roughly on par with that of the divine spirit of the tribulation, even if he had the help of Mo Yuntian's army, his overall power was still far superior to that of the divine spirit of the tribulation. Once they fought, the divine spirit of the tribulation would definitely not be his match. But in the end, it would still only be Mo Yuntian's soldiers who would be injured. It was precisely because Chu Yang had previously communicated with the divine spirit of the tribulation and confirmed this point that he could be so calm and full of confidence. As long as Chu Yang could ensure his own safety, there was no need for Chu Yang to worry about the safety of the divine spirit of the tribulation. Meng Huiya said slowly, "First, I want to make it clear to you. The cause of this matter this time was that our Mo Yuntian's path of primordial essence was wrong first. Whether it was kidnapping your wife, you being forced to defend yourself, whether it was life or death, victory or defeat, it was all my fault. It was also natural for you to kill him. I have to make this clear in advance." He said heavily, "This old man has been in charge of military power for hundreds of thousands of years. Although I kill people like scything flax, at the very least, I can still distinguish between right and wrong." Chu Yang's face revealed a heavy expression. "I understand what you mean." "No, you don't understand," Meng Huiya said. "His Majesty was killed, and the Lord Heavenly Emperor was extremely furious. So, even if this batch of people doesn't catch you, there will continue to be the next batch of people coming. If you don't die, this matter will definitely not be let go." Chu Yang nodded slowly. "I can also foresee this." In a distant place, there was a sudden explosion of smoke. Meng Huiya saw it, but did not make any movements. These words, on one hand, were said for Chu Yang to hear. On the other hand, it was also said for the divine spirit of the tribulation. "Don't think that just because you are helping Chu Yang, we can't do anything. Don't think that Chu Yang's enemies are only people like me." Chu Yang's enemies were definitely not just these people in front of him. His true enemy was a heavenly emperor, or a world. What kind of enormous power was that? As long as this divine spirit of the tribulation was not a fool, then you should consider it carefully. The consequences of interfering in this matter. Are you sure you can afford it? The effect of these words was undoubtedly very big. The divine spirit of the tribulation was indeed shocked. In fact, he was even frightened. When he heard it just now, he was so shocked that he could not perfectly conceal his own aura, so much so that smoke burst out. Oh my God! It turned out that the little ancestor's enemy was actually the heavenly emperor of Mo Yun, Yuan Tianji. That was a big shot who was on par with the East Royal Heavenly Emperor Shuelehan. And this little ancestor was an enemy of the heavenly emperor of Mo Yun, and even wanted to kill him. This was an irreconcilable enmity. I've just pledged my allegiance to this little ancestor, and he's already causing me such a huge problem. When he thought of this, the divine spirit of the tribulation almost wanted to cry. With the power of a divine spirit of the tribulation, to go against the entire world of Mo Yun. Chapter 1955. At this moment, Tribulation's divine soul was in a dilemma. PCOM. In fact, there was even a hint of cowering. Was it worth it to make an enemy of Heavenly Emperor Mo Yun for Chu Yang? Meng Huiya looked at Chu Yang and said, "This time, I was ordered to capture you. But I have to say, you killed Tai Yuanshi too. Given your position at that time, you killed him well. You killed him well. There is nothing wrong with killing him. Chu Yang, you are indeed a man. I admire you very much." Meng Huiya was full of praise as he looked at Chu Yang. His voice was warm, but the words that came out of his mouth were like the cold winter wind. "But appreciation is one thing, and duty is another. I have no choice but to hunt you down, capture you," he said in a heavy voice. "I really don't want to. So, I hope you can understand." "I understand. A soldier's duty is to obey the orders of his superiors. No matter how ridiculous the orders are, he has to complete them first. I also admire the general's military sentiments." Chu Yang sighed. "Although we are hostile to each other, although at that time you rose up to resist, although that was the right thing to do, although I, Mo Yun Tian Tai, indeed deserve to die, but this old man cannot be merciful to you just because I admire you. Military orders are selfless." Meng Huiya's voice was melancholy. However, as he spoke, the guilt in his voice gradually disappeared bit by bit until there was nothing left. Chu Yang knew very well why this change was happening. He also understood Meng Wuya's feelings at this moment. Whether this battle ends in life or death, victory or defeat, I have no complaints about Great General Meng. Chu Yang raised his eyebrows and said, but I have to remind Great General Meng that in terms of pure martial strength, I am far inferior. If I want to fight against you, I have to use some means that you can't think of, or means outside of martial strength. I admire Great General Meng, but I also won't show any mercy. That's right. Everyone understands. Meng Wuya nodded slowly. There was even a slight smile on his face. I am free. Why do I have no choice? Everything is just helplessness. Chu Yang sighed and said, the so-called right and wrong of a person's heart. In the end, he still can't win against those with high status and power. Right and wrong are decided by others. What is black and white? Meng Wuya was speechless. He looked up at the sky and after a long time, he said in a low voice, I feel that I have nothing to say. I can only apologize. Chu Yang nodded. I understand. This apology was better than 1,000 words. I understand everything. In everyone's heart, there was right and wrong, black and white. However, when this right and wrong was beyond the scope of one's ability, this right and wrong became black and white. It would no longer be important or even completely meaningless. There was no such thing as an absolute bad person in this world, but because of one thing after another, in the end, it created the bad guys. Regardless of whether it was intentional or forced in the end, this was how it turned out. Isn't it true that the times make heroes? Heroes and villains were separated by a fine line. Life is Jianghu. Chu Yang laughed out loud and said, I sincerely accept General Meng's apologies regarding your actions. He deeply understood. Just like how it is impossible for all of you not to capture me, it is also impossible for me not to resist and be tied up. I only hope that all of you who died because of this, please don't take it to heart. It is not a good thing for both you and others. This is the human world. This is Jianghu. Chu Yang's gaze swept across the faces of Mo Yuntian and the other officers. He said in a low voice, this is Jianghu. There is no freedom in Jianghu. Whether one is guilty or not, one's own heart knows it. How can one confuse it? Although Mo Yuntian and the others were determined to capture Chu Yang, at this moment, in such a situation, everyone's expression was a little complicated. Some guilt, some admiration, and some determination. These were the expressions of the officers of the silver-armored soldiers. We respect you, not because of your cultivation, but because of your actions. You have done things that most people in this world don't dare to do. However, we still want to capture you, because we are under orders from others and have different standpoints. This was undoubtedly a very contradictory and complicated mentality. As for the faces of the ink cloud guards, there was only coldness, only ruthlessness and ruthlessness. They were the direct subordinates of Heavenly Emperor Mo Yun. There was already no distinction between right and wrong in their hearts. There was only one thought, only the king's orders. They and the silver-armored soldiers belonged to the army, but they were not soldiers. The iron blood and loyalty of soldiers, heroism and heroism, in them, there was only loyalty left. Chu Yang could distinguish the difference between the two at a glance. Then, a plan inexplicably rose in his heart. Could it be possible? Maybe, or maybe, probably. Chu Yang, I'll give you a chance. Go. In this realm of divine source, I won't touch you. But as long as you leave this place, you may face my pursuit at any moment. No matter who wants to protect you, they will not be able to shake my determination. Meng Wuya let out a long sigh. Chu Yang smiled. His smile was extremely hearty. But Yen Russian's expression changed when he heard that. Meng Wuya said this sentence in the tone of an oath. Once he said it, it triggered the response of Jianghu. He had to be a witness. But if he were to be a witness, he would definitely not be biased after leaving this place. Because once he was biased, it would also trigger a backlash from the power of Jianghu. This Meng Wuya was indeed shrewd. He actually found his flaw so quickly and used his identity as a division of oaths. Chu Yang's smile also saw through this point. I let you go because of what you said, Ask yourself if you're guilty or not. Your heart knows. How can you confuse it? At this moment, I ask myself if I'm guilty, but it doesn't mean that I can't deal with you in this realm of divine source. You have to understand this. General Ming smiled warmly. Although you have helpers, but this place is ultimately too narrow. And you've already used up all that you can. Seeing that you're still an iron-blooded husband, I specially made this oath. I hope Villa Master Chu can understand my painstaking efforts. Chu Yang said somewhat mockingly, since the general has said so, can I still say that I don't understand? Meng Wuya smiled. I can destroy this place with just a lift of my hand, he said lightly. You're all from the Heaven Imperial Court. You should know about my Heaven Emperor's destruction of wind and thunder. Yin Russian's expression changed. Destruction of wind and thunder. It's actually destruction of wind and thunder. This was the Heaven Emperor's unique weapon. Once it was used, no matter where one was in the space, it could instantly shatter and break through the seal. Moreover, this destruction of wind and thunder had another characteristic. It could instantly condense wind and thunder. Once it was released, it would be so powerful that it could destroy the world. Yin Russian did not expect Yuan Tianjia to let Meng Wuya bring out the destruction of wind and thunder. Under the threat of such a powerful weapon, the situation changed instantly. Destruction of wind and thunder. It's actually destruction of wind and thunder? That General Meng Wuya actually brought out such a deadly weapon? When the divine soul hidden in the dark heard this news, his scalp went numb and he could not calm down. If what Meng Wuya said was true, and he really brought out the destruction of wind and thunder, it would be good enough if he could escape with his life using the special characteristic of the divine soul. Everything in the world had a nemesis. Every living thing in the world had at least one nemesis. If one was unlucky, it was normal to meet 3 to 7 nemeses in a day. Of course, the higher one's strength and ability were, the fewer things that could restrain him. Take the divine soul of calamity as an example. In addition to having reached the level of a sage, there were very few things in the world that could restrain him because of his unique physique. However, it was not absolutely impossible for him to be restrained. This relationship of generation and restraint contained several different comparisons. It could be roughly divided into several categories, such as complete restraint, mutual restraint, power restraint, mutual restraint, generation, and restraint. For example, the mysterious sword shadow. He was the nemesis of all spiritual bodies. Moreover, his strength was far superior. Therefore, he could completely restrain the divine soul. With a wave of his hand, he could destroy the divine soul and make it never reincarnate. Another example was the sword spirit. He and the divine soul had a mutual restraint relationship. Both of them were spiritual bodies. The key to victory or defeat depended on whose strength was stronger. Under normal circumstances, the sword spirit was a great tonic for the divine soul. However, if the sword spirit obtained a part of the divine soul's body that the divine soul did not infuse with tyrannical power, that part of the body would become a great tonic for the sword spirit. This was the so-called mutual restraint. Generation restraint. Comparing two opposite attributes, the best example was water and fire. Water could extinguish fire, but fire could also boil water. Force restraint. Comparing two opposite attributes, but if one side was too strong, the other side basically had no room to resist. Just like when the divine soul faced Dongwang, it was like this. Mutual restraint, however, was a characteristic of one side that could restrain the other. For example, between the destruction of wind and thunder and divine soul, the destruction of wind and thunder could seal the space and condense the most tyrannical power of wind and thunder. It could restrain the divine soul's body that could dissipate at any time, as well as the dual characteristics of being immortal and indestructible. How could the divine soul not be shocked when he heard that the other party had such a great killing weapon? With this layer, any talk of annihilating so many Mo Yuntian army would become a bubble. Helping Chu Yang seems to be just empty words. Since that's the case, then I'll take my leave. Chu Yang smiled, looking dignified and calm. He cupped his fists and bowed. Everyone, the mountains are high and the rivers are long. We'll meet again someday. Today, after talking with you, Chu Yang admires your demeanor and military spirit. However, even if we appreciate each other, it's only limited to this. Once in a while, it's only limited to here and now. We'll never meet again. Once I go out, it'll be a life and death feud. You won't let me go, and I won't show any mercy to you. Chu Yang faced the Mo Yuntian army in front of him calmly. His expression was calm, and his actions were natural. When we meet on a narrow path, I won't show any mercy. Everyone, if you die in my hands, have a safe journey to the Yellow Springs. If I, Chu Yang, am defeated. Chu Yang paused and suddenly laughed. He looked up to the sky and roared, then I won't have any complaints. Chapter 1956. Meng Wuya slowly nodded. Originally from P, the inky cloud guard remained silent. However, the silver-armored soldiers of the Dream Slayer army suddenly let out a deafening roar. Good job. Good man. Go ahead and use all your tricks. Even if we were to die because of the schemes of an iron-blooded man like you, we would not have a single word of complaint. Everyone, let's fight with everything we have. If there's a next life, let's talk again. Good. Good. All right. Chu Yang laughed heartily. Then, he flew up into the air and shouted, Everyone, let's fight to the death in the outside world with our own means. This Chu will take his leave. What no one noticed was that an invisible aura had already quietly attached itself to Chu Yang's body. It was the Tribulation Divine Soul that had left a unique soul mark on Chu Yang's body. Chu Yang's body rose higher and higher. In the blink of an eye, he was already at the entrance of the tunnel. That arrogant and heroic laughter was still echoing in their ears, but Chu Yang's figure had already completely disappeared. General Meng heaved a deep sigh. His eyes regained their sharpness as he shouted, Find the soul of the calamity. He leaped into the air and rushed towards the black smoke. In just a short time, he had already dragged the last zombie out of the smoke. Chu Yang had already left. He had gone outside to prepare for a new round of war, or to try his best to escape. After all, this place was the Eastern Royal Heaven. A long delay may lead to many dreams, and no one could predict all the variables. Great General Meng was also worried that something would happen again, so he didn't hold back at all. With just a few punches and kicks, he completely destroyed the zombie. Immediately after, a dense black gas quickly formed and floated towards a certain direction. With a hoarse and strange laugh, Limu laughed. With a loud bang, a chilling aura of death that was unprecedentedly thick and had an unusually wide area suddenly erupted and enveloped the black aura within it. At the same time, countless skulls appeared out of thin air and instantly filled the entire realm of God's source. They let out chirping sounds, and the realm of God's source, which had been clear and bright just a moment ago. In the blink of an eye, it had become the netherworld, the underworld, the underworld. The next moment, an extremely evil voice cackled. Waha, do you want to kill me? Do you think you can kill me? Ha ha ha. His voice suddenly turned ferocious. Let me kill you first. In just a short period of time, the divine soul of the calamity had already gone through countless mental struggles. When he heard that Chu Yang's enemy was actually Heavenly Emperor Ink Cloud, and such a powerful enemy, the divine soul's first thought was, I should quickly retreat. Otherwise, he would really be implicated by this little ancestor. But how should he withdraw? Should he apologize to the other party immediately? Or should he admit defeat and beg for mercy? But after that, Chu Yang's fearless heroism in the face of Mo Yuntian's army shocked him once again. This was a real man. This is what a real Han is. This was life. This was the real Jianghu. The tribulation spirit's heart was in turmoil. He asked himself, if I were Chu Yang, would I have the courage to face such an iron-blooded army when I was so weak? Did he have the courage to kill Heavenly Emperor Tai? And after that, do you have the courage to fight? The answers were all negative. He didn't dare. Perhaps, when he really encountered such a thing, he might have already handed over his wife. But Chu Yang didn't. Not only did he not compromise, Chu Yang's resistance was the most intense, incomparably intense. Moreover, judging from Chu Yang's reaction today, it seemed that Chu Yang was already mentally prepared to face this unprecedented disaster. Regarding this point, the divine soul of the calamity was ashamed of his inferiority. Inexplicably, the divine soul of the calamity suddenly felt a surge of hot blood. Although he didn't have this equipment for a long time, at this moment, he had this kind of feeling. It was incomparably intense and incomparably real. After Chu Yang's figure disappeared, he immediately heard Great General Meng's order to drag him out. That posture clearly wanted to completely destroy him. The divine soul of the calamity suddenly understood. I've already killed so many of their people previously. Wanting to talk about reconciliation was simply a fool's dream. That was already something impossible. Both sides' standpoints were obvious. Death enmity was already a foregone conclusion. There was no room for change. Suddenly, the divine soul of the calamity was no longer wavering. There was even a kind of determination to fight to the death. You guys actually want to destroy me? Fuck. This is simply intolerable. Therefore, the divine soul of the calamity suddenly erupted with an unprecedented battle intent. His counterattack was also unprecedentedly intense. Seeing the divine soul of the calamity's powerful counterattack, Great General Meng didn't even bat an eyelid. He directly shouted, "Soul-devouring formation. Set up. Attack with all your might and kill him." In an instant, 10 people from the Ink Cloud Guards leaped out at the same time. In an instant, they had already formed a strange formation and attacked at the same time. There were also many other groups of 10 people who formed the same formation. In an instant, 10 formations were formed. Surrounding the initial large formation, there were 10 large formations with close to 1,000 people. They attacked at the same time with all their might. Other than that, the large formations outside and the large formations inside didn't have any conflicts at all. When the attacks of the people outside came into contact with the innermost large formation, they would naturally form a force that blended with water and milk, completely integrating into it. The next moment, a dazzling white light suddenly rose up. This was a majestic white light that could be said to be filled with a sense of holiness. It was filled with a kind of pure and clean feeling, as if it could purify the whole world. This dazzling white light had already filled the entire realm of the God Source in an instant. It filled the entire realm of the God Source under the illumination of the holy white light. Even the most intense cold death aura that erupted from the divine soul of the calamity couldn't suppress it. Soul-devouring formation. It was a very strange formation that specialized in targeting souls. It could purify the energy of the dead. Meng Wuya had ordered the formation to be set up at the first moment. Moreover, he had ordered 10 large formations to attack at the same time. This had already proved the importance he attached to the divine soul of the calamity. Although he had been extremely cautious and the strategy that he had set up was also very correct, he had still underestimated the divine soul of the calamity in front of him. Seeing that this group of people had actually set up a purifying white light that specialized in countering souls, the divine soul of the calamity flew into a rage. Its ferocious nature flared up. With a shrill howl, countless black palms stretched out at the same time. With a boom, the whole world suddenly turned dark. The white light that had previously engulfed the entire realm of the God Source actually couldn't be seen anymore. The 10 people at the most central position of the entire formation felt a wave of dizziness almost at the same time. Then, they felt that their throats were stuck. Pacha! There was a series of sounds of bones cracking. Then, the divine soul of the calamity shrieked and turned into thousands of black sharp arrows. They charged forcefully towards the densely packed crowd of people on Imo Yuntian's side. After the black sharp arrows, the 10 people fell down neatly. Everyone's eyes were bulging with anger. Their hands were on their throats, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. At the same time, they died. The divine soul of the calamity was in one move. It killed 10 Ink Cloud Guards. This was also a manifestation of mutual restraint. In theory, the purifying white light of the soul-devouring formation could indeed purify all the dead souls in the world. The divine soul of the calamity was indeed restrained by it. However, the level of the divine soul of the calamity was too high. It had exceeded the purification limit of the soul-devouring formation. When the divine soul of the calamity retaliated with all its might, such a situation would occur. Once it couldn't bear the burden, the people who set up the formation would only die. Great General Meng's expression suddenly changed. He said, "It's a divine soul of the saint level." Seeing that the enemy was so powerful, it had already exceeded his initial estimation. If his reaction was delayed, he was afraid that it would cause even more deaths and injuries. In the next moment, light flashed. Yin Rushan said in a low voice, "Destruction of wind and thunder." All of a sudden, countless sounds of wind and thunder filled the entire realm of the God Source. Then, there was a violent explosion. The divine soul of the calamity let out a shrill cry. Chu Yang left the realm of the God Source at the fastest speed possible. He ran all the way back to the Chu clan courtyard. As soon as he entered, he shouted, "Everyone, gather immediately. The enemy is coming." Those who were still in the Chu clan courtyard were all experts. They were all on high alert. Of course, their reaction speed was very fast. They gathered almost in a few breaths' time. "We need to escape immediately." Chu Yang cut the Gordian knot and went straight to the point. "But we need someone to cover the rear." Chu Yang's second sentence was directed at those who were wavering. "All of you stay behind to cover the rear." This sentence was said resolutely and decisively. These people were angry at first. "All of you have escaped. Why do we have to stay behind to cover the rear? How can this be?" But when he thought about it, he was overjoyed at the turn of events. Because they have escaped, we are now at our most valuable time. Mo Yuntian's people will definitely not kill us immediately. Firstly, they want to understand the movements of these people through us. As long as we tell them the truth, we can make up for our mistakes. Secondly, we are not ordinary people for nothing. If we attack them forcefully, they will have to pay the price. Thirdly, we are the only people in the Eastern Royal Heavens that they can make use of. All of the above were great conditions for negotiation. Therefore, this was a great opportunity for them. This was the real way to survive. Anger appeared on their faces. Then, they became heroic. "No problem. We swear that we will cover the rear. We will definitely buy enough time for everyone to escape. Brothers, have a safe journey." Then, those who were in cahoots with each other exchanged glances. They must leave some traces. Otherwise, it would be difficult to track them down. Without the value of tracking them down, there would be less bargaining chips. Chu Yang and the rest did not seem to notice. They hurriedly led their people and left. With a whistle, more than 400 people left. Only the remaining 112 people stayed behind to guard the empty Chu clan courtyard. What should we do? Do what we have to do? Yes, this is our only chance to survive. And we know so many of their secrets. Chapter 1957. These are all bargaining chips for us to negotiate with Mo Yuntian. We are not the main culprits anyway. I believe there will be room for negotiation.
Yes.
Not to mention that there are still our people in there. As long as they want to follow the clues, they will have to keep us here. Yes, so we have a great chance to survive. We don't need to live in fear anymore. However, it doesn't feel right to betray them like this. After all, many of them are our friends and fellow disciples. Someone was a little hesitant. "Are you out of your mind?" Someone scolded. "Even if we don't do it, they can't escape death in the end. And we will all die. But after doing this, we may be able to survive. It's better than all of us dying, right?" That's true. Since they are destined to die, then using their deaths to exchange for our lives is like using trash. Yes. Then we don't do anything and just wait here? Of course. Do you want to take the initiative to go out and let the other party think that we are provoking them? On the other side, after the escape team left the Chu clan's courtyard and left Purple Cloud City in a straight line from the west, Chu Yang stopped and shouted. Everyone pulled out the 5 people in the team and stabbed them with their swords and spears. The 5 of them didn't even have the time to scream before they died in a relaxed state. Is there anyone else? Chu Yang's face was heavy. No. Everyone knew that this was a matter of life and death, so they immediately answered, count the people. A total of 410 people. Chu Yang frowned. Didn't you guys spread out to scout for information? Why are you still in the mansion? He asked the subordinates of Thunderbolt, Wildblade, and the others. 200 people, at this moment, were all here. This result made Chu Yang very angry. We know that the real intention of the Manor Master is to let us go out to scout for information. After all, we are all new faces. Not many people know that we are the Manor Master's subordinates, but we can't just leave like this. The leader of the group said proudly, although our status is low, our cultivation is low, and we have only known the Manor Master for a short time, we still know who is really good to us. A gentleman will die for his bosom friend. We are weak. Although we can't be of much help and will only be a burden, we are still able to distract the enemy's attention under such circumstances. The 200 men bowed and cupped their fists at the same time. We are brothers. I bid farewell to the Manor Lord here. If I'm lucky enough to survive, I'll definitely return to the Manor Lord's side and live and die with my brothers, sharing glory and splendor. After saying that, he waved his hand and said, brothers, let's split into 5 groups and move in different directions. If you manage to stay alive in the end, then come back here and wait. If you die, then we'll be brothers in the next life. The 200 people didn't wait for Chu Yang to speak. They shouted in a low voice at the same time. Boom! They split into 5 groups and dispersed in a hubbub. Each team had 40 people. Looking at this group of hot-blooded men, the rims of Chu Yang's eyes became somewhat hot. He sighed deeply. Everyone, please take care of yourselves. I look forward to the day when we meet again. He didn't say anything to stop them, because following him now would only lead to death. Since they can take the initiative to attract the enemy for me, why can't I lure all the enemy away for them? Brothers, you're not the only ones who know how to give. Me, I will too. Let's go. Chu Yang shouted. There were still 210 people left. Following behind Chu Yang, they were like sharp arrows, shooting into the distance at an extremely fast speed. Everyone knew in their hearts that it was unknown whether they would live or die this time. Would they really be able to escape from death? Would it really not be certain death? Facing the death pursuit of the entire Mayun Sky's elites, how far could they go? How far could they escape to? But they could only go on, and go on without turning back. They only hoped that this person who led them could let them go a little further, for a little longer. This day would be recorded in the history books in the future. Heavenly Imperial Calendar, 7th Saint Era. Year 1,702,110, Autumn. It was the beginning of October. The autumn wind fell, and the world was yellow. Minister Cheong Shao, Chu Yang, led 210 subordinates who were still unfamiliar and not united, and began their first long escape after coming to the Heavenly Imperial Palace. In order to escape the pursuit of the subordinates of Heavenly Emperor Mo Yun Yuan, the two teams with great disparity in strength thus began a life and death battle. The situation in the Heavenly Imperial Palace changed from then on. From this day onwards, Mayun's sky began to decline, and the legend of Minister Cheong Shao started to truly rise in the Heavenly Imperial Palace. That day, the sky was dyed red with blood, and the whole sky was red. Records of the Heavenly Imperial Palace, Wu Buxiao added notes. Chu Yang and his men had walked for a while, and had climbed up a tall mountain in front of them. Suddenly, they heard an earth-shattering explosion from behind them. The sound was so loud that even Chu Yang and the others who were already hundreds of miles away felt an unusually strong impact. Everyone almost fell to the ground. Turning their heads to look from the mountain peak, they saw an unprecedentedly huge mushroom cloud rising slowly in the direction of Infinite Boundless Mountain. Within it, there were countless wind, thunder, and lightning. The place where the mushroom cloud rose was Infinite Boundless Mountain, Divine Source Realm. He was also in the ranks of those who could not fight. Could it be that the heavenly palace is really against me and will only stop when I die? It seemed that the only one left was Yen Russian. He was also bound by Ming Wuya's oath. If he continued to be biased, not only would he be neglecting his duties, but he would also have to suffer the backlash of the power of heaven and earth. Chu Yang smiled bitterly and led the rest over the mountain. "Manor Lord, where are we going this time?" someone asked. "We'll turn south," Chu Yang said calmly. Then, he thought of two words, Jiangnan. He could not help but ask, "What is the name of the largest river in the heavenly palace?" "Are you talking about the largest river in the heavenly palace, Mist River?" Bai Yuchen asked. "Mist River?" Chu Yang looked at him questioningly. "Mist River is the largest river in the heavenly palace. The river is extremely wide. Even on a clear day, there is a thick mist on the surface of the river that does not dissipate, hence the name. It flows through the entire heavenly palace. Since ancient times, no one knows where the source of this mist river is, and no one knows where it ends up." Bai Yuchen said in a low voice, "The strangest thing about this river is that it goes through the extreme heavens and flows in an east-west direction. It goes through the heavenly palace and flows in an east-west direction. Such a situation shouldn't have existed, but it did in reality. Hence, this river is also known as the Lost River." Other than this strange thing, there is another strange thing. The topography of the Heaven Imperial Court is high in the west and low in the east. Therefore, there is a saying, "The spring water flows to the east." However, this misty river flows from the west to the east. Hence, it is also known as the West River. This river has another characteristic. Because it flows through too many places, it is like 1,000 different rivers distributed in different regions. Hence, it is also known as the 1,000 Rivers. Bai Yuchen smiled bitterly. This river is known as an eternal mystery that no one in the heavenly palace has been able to solve since ancient times. And no matter where it is, there is always a thick layer of mist on the surface of the river. In the land of winter, no matter how cold the weather is, the surface of the river will never freeze. Looking at the moon on the river has a different feeling. Some people call it, 1,000 rivers have water, 1,000 rivers have moon, 1,000 rivers have fog moon, 1,000 rivers. In the land of mist, experts below the heavenly level cannot gather their cultivation at all. This is also the most important restriction and barrier between the various heavenly realms and regions, Che Shuchu added. Chu Yang nodded and took a deep breath. With an indescribable look in his eyes, he said in a low voice, "Let's go to Mist River." Jiangnan. Chapter 1959. A scene suddenly appeared in Chu Yang's mind. Suddenly, his heart burned with passion. A beautiful woman in white, her clothes fluttering in the air, her features picturesque, the scene like a dream. Hidden in the clouds, I travel alone to the ends of the world. If we meet again in the clouds, I invite you to sweep away the falling flowers in Jiangnan. Jiangnan, Jiangnan. Chu Yang took a deep breath and said, "Let's go south, to Jiangnan." Chu Yang and the others were practically flying at their maximum speed, because everyone knew that this was already the only, the last, and the shortest bit of safe time. The enemy could catch up at any time. Perhaps they would be delayed due to the previous mishaps and misdirection, but once they really started to track them, they would definitely discover their tracks in the shortest amount of time and catch up with them as quickly as possible. The speed of a flying boat was definitely not something that a person could compare to. Its endurance was even more incomparable. For this escape, Chu Yang had specially studied the map and formulated the corresponding escape route. Before reaching Jiangnan, there were a total of 3 targets that could be used. Chu Yang had to use every one of them to the fullest. Especially those places with complicated terrains, he had to use them all the more to create misdirection. He had to get away from the enemy's line of sight step by step, and the safest place to be was undoubtedly above the Mist River. Crossing the river was never-ending. Even if there were saint-level experts there, there was an eternal fog that connected the heavens and the earth. They would also not be able to find the defensive lines in the north, south, east, and west. Only there was the first safe place to rest and recuperate. As for his group, Would they be able to safely reach the designated resting stage? Chu Yang had no confidence at all. This was already the best escape route they had at the moment. Chu Yang had no other choice but to try it with his life. The only thing they could do now was to escape. Escape with all their might. He used all his strength to escape. As long as they could reach the Mist River before the enemy caught up with them, the terrible situation of being chased would be completely changed. At the original location of the infinite boundless mountain, a mushroom cloud rose up. The people inside suddenly realized that the entire space of the God Source realm had collapsed instantly. The infinite boundless mountain above instantly collapsed, the mountain rocks becoming catastrophic turbulence. Heaven and earth collapsed. As the timing of Meng Wu Ya's destruction of wind and lightning was too sudden, not only were the divine souls not on guard, the various great sects in the divine source realm were also not on guard. Deaths and injuries were unavoidable. However, the number of casualties was a little too high. Most of the cultivators from the major sects with higher cultivation had managed to escape, although they were inevitably in a sorry state, and because of the aftershocks of the explosion, there were many who were dizzy and bleeding from their 7 orifices. However, these were still the lucky ones. At the very least, they managed to escape unscathed. The ones who suffered the heaviest casualties in this disaster were the younger generation who had accompanied them on this trip, especially the elite disciples from the Celestial level, Green Sky Celestial, and Daluo Celestial. Under normal circumstances, they would have their seniors protecting them. Even if there was danger, it would be difficult to take their lives. However, the danger level of this accident was too high. It had already risen to the level of a battle between saints. Moreover, this accident came too suddenly. The strongest of the elders from the major sects who had accompanied them on this trip was only at the peak of the celestial being stage, half a step into the saint stage. Facing such a catastrophic accident, even they themselves were in danger. How could they care too much about others? Therefore, other than the few core disciples like Yun Tian, Mo Lu, and the Purple Emperor, the rest of the younger generation had actually suffered countless casualties. Meng Wuya, Mu Tsonglan was completely enraged. With a long howl, he arrived in front of Great General Meng. Great General Meng, may I ask what is the meaning of this? The leaders of the other major sects also leaped forward, looking angrily at Meng Wuya. Their losses this time were really too great. They had just entered the godly source realm and had just tasted a little bit of sweetness. The joy of this harvest had just begun. Then, the entire godly source realm was destroyed. There were even some people who had just entered some mystical cave abode and were immediately blasted out. If it was just being blasted out, or even being blasted out with heavy injuries, that would be good. Many people were directly blasted to death. How should they explain this matter? You Mo Yun Sky Bulls. We all know this, but you can't be so unreasonable, right? Haiyan Bo laughed coldly and said, So what? Mo Yun Sky's people are just so tyrannical. Ha ha ha. What you can't get, others can't get. Isn't that what you mean? If your people die, other heavens and earth will also die. Those who die for you will also be buried with your people, right? It had to be said that in order to protect his subordinates, Great General Meng had no choice but to activate the destruction of wind and thunder. He had even poured in all his cultivation into this battle. This process, of course, was because he had no other choice. Because, according to the momentum of the spirit of calamity, as long as it was touched, at least a few hundred people would die unnatural deaths. Those were all his old subordinates who had been with him for thousands of years. Every one of them was his flesh and blood. At that time, the spirit of calamity was obviously going all out. Even Meng Wuya knew that he could not block it. Under his helplessness, he could only activate the destruction of wind and thunder to resist and destroy the spirit of calamity with all his might. The spirit of calamity that had reached the level of a saint had already surpassed the ordinary level. Even the powerful destruction of wind and thunder might not be able to completely suppress it. Only in the hands of Meng Wuya, who was also at the level of a saint, Could he unleash the unparalleled power that could completely destroy the spirit of calamity? But because of this, just think about it, to be able to destroy the power of a saint, what kind of power did it have? Even if the main power was used to deal with and destroy the spirit of calamity, there was still the aftershock. Even if it was only 10% or 20% of the aftershock, no one in the divine source realm could withstand it. At the same time when Meng Wuya was using all his strength to activate the destruction of wind and thunder, he also endured the final and strongest counterattack from the spirit of calamity. Even after that, in order to protect the Mo Yun sky soldiers, he endured part of the aftershock of the destruction of wind and thunder and calamity. The severity of the injury was even more serious than what the spirit of calamity had estimated. But in this situation, in the eyes of outsiders, it had many different meanings. Firstly, the situation had developed to this point. Mo Yun Tian was destined to not have a share of all the treasures in this divine source realm. Since we can't get it, then you can also forget about getting it. Secondly, other than the famous people of the older generation present, there was also a large number of elite disciples that were carefully nurtured by various sections. Previously, the elite disciples of our Mo Yun Tian's 3 major sects had all either died or betrayed us. Anyway, no one still belonged to Mo Yun Tian. Didn't that mean that after more than 100 years later, our Mo Yun Tian was going to decline? How could this be possible? Therefore, take advantage of this accident and let a large number of your elite disciples die as well. If not, even if the accident happened and Meng Wuya launched a destructive attack in order to achieve a complete victory, why didn't a few of the Mo Yun Tian soldiers around him die? They were facing the aftershock of the aftershock. It was obvious that they were prepared. Their intentions were really hateful, extremely hateful. The resentment in the hearts of the various major sections. It was simply bristling with anger. Actually, Meng Wuya was really wronged. Previously, he had gone all out and injected all his cultivation into the destruction of wind and lightning, to activate the ultimate power of the destruction of wind and lightning. Finally, he had heavily injured the divine soul of the calamity. But under the backlash of the divine soul of the calamity, he had also been heavily injured. After that, he still had to take on the aftershock of the collision. It was not that he did not want to take on more aftershocks of the collision, but that he was powerless to do so. How great was the power of a saint-level calamity divine soul? At this moment, Meng Wuya's face was like gold paper. For a moment, he was completely speechless. He only felt that when he opened his mouth, his internal organs were about to spurt out of his mouth. He could barely stand straight and looked at Mu Tsonglan indifferently. Without saying a word, he tried his best to regulate the chaotic essence energy in his chest. But in the eyes of others, this kind of expression had another layer of meaning. Good. You did such a big thing. But you didn't even give an explanation? You're too good at pretending. You used your strength to destroy the calamity divine soul of the calamity, used your strength to take on the aftershock of the collision aimed at you, and caused the death of so many of us. That's fine. Every man for himself, we can understand. But you can't put on an act and pretend to spit out blood or something, to show that you have the heart but not the strength. You're standing there like a thorn, showing off in front of us. You have the cultivation of a saint level. You took on the destruction of wind and lightning, to kill an opponent of the same level, and even cause the death of so many of our elite brothers. You still want to show off how amazing you are, but you're actually unharmed. You're really too awesome. All of us will remember you. Everyone was about to explode with anger. Everyone was about to throw caution to the wind and fight. With a whoosh, the silver-armored soldiers who had preserved their strength quite well rushed forward in an orderly manner. Each of them unsheathed their swords, their faces cold and hard. They protected Great General Meng behind them. Their hawk-like eyes stared at the people from the super sects in front of them. Obviously, if the people in front of them dared to cross the line, they would draw their swords and fight. Many people's eyes turned red. Too many people had died in this big explosion. Not only the younger generation, there were also many elder-level experts who sacrificed themselves to protect their own clan. Which one of these people wasn't an old brother who had been together for thousands of years? How could their feelings not be deep? Although it was a pity that the younger generation died, although many of their efforts had gone down the drain, to the sects, as long as the core disciples didn't die, everything was fine. They could just nurture them again. This was also the fundamental reason why core disciples like Yun Tian, Mo Lu, and Zi Huang could all escape unscathed. However, the death of those elder-level experts was the greatest loss to the sections. Losing any one of them would cause a certain degree of decline in the overall strength of the sections. In this accident, the number of elders who died in each sect was as many as 20 people. This debt was really huge. In addition, their long-cherished wish for the treasure was completely gone. Everyone's hearts felt as if they had just eaten feces and then been pushed into a cesspool. That urge to kill was simply crazy and could no longer be suppressed. I'm ashamed. I've let everyone down. The one who got drunk last night was me, and the one lying under the table was also me. I feel very embarrassed. I don't even know how I came back home. I'm really depressed. With my unparalleled alcohol tolerance, I was actually drunk to such an extent by an old man. Chapter 1960. Well done, Meng Wuya. You have the cultivation of a saint. No one in our alliance is a match for you. We admit defeat. However, from now on, our Sky Sword Alliance and you, Mo Yun Tian, will be irreconcilable. Mu Tsang carried Yun Tian, who had fainted from the shock, and said fiercely, "Just wait for the Lord Sage's revenge. If we can't deal with you, there will naturally be people who can. Let's go." Mu Tsang was filled with hatred as he left. To be honest, he really wanted to fight it out with Meng Wuya here. Even if he knew that he couldn't win, he still wanted to fight with his life. However, at this moment, Yun Tian's body was injured, and he was unconscious. No one could bear the consequences of his treatment being delayed. Furthermore, other than those who were already dead, those who were lucky enough to survive were mostly injured. As for the Mo Yun Tian soldiers, under the protection of Meng Wuya, their battle strength was almost unharmed. Fighting with the enemy here was definitely not a wise choice. It was just seeking death. They could only leave temporarily and settle the score in the future. Meng Wuya was anxious. He was about to say something when he felt a surge of blood rushing up his head. Stars appeared in front of his eyes. He quickly stabilized his mind and suppressed his blood pressure. But Mu Tsang had already left with his men. We, the Earth's core pavilion, cannot stand your way of doing things. We, the pavilion, will naturally settle the score with you today. The skeleton spirit of the Earth's core pavilion said coldly and strode away. Fortunately, we were not friends in the past. What's even more fortunate is that we will not be friends in the future. Goodbye. Shuexian did not say a word. She snorted fiercely. Her slim figure flew into the sky and turned into a rainbow. Let's go. Then, the people from the various sects left one by one, leaving not a single person behind, especially the few sects that carried the corpses. Their eyes were filled with hatred, which made Mo Yuntian's men feel even more fearful. Most of the corpses had been destroyed along with the destruction of the god source realm. These corpses that were carried away had luckily escaped from the cave. But because their injuries were too severe, they could not be treated. This score naturally had to be recorded on Mo Yuntian's men. He was even more hateful than those who had died in the realm of the divine source. Those who had died in the realm of the divine source due to unexpected circumstances. Although he knew that there was no luck, there was no direct observation. However, the people who had just died in front of him were the biggest direct observation. How could he not gnash his teeth in hatred? At this point, the misunderstanding had been completely forged, and there was no turning back. Rupture. Breaking ties with all the super sects in the world in one go. After this battle, all the super sects in the world were completely offended. Chu Yang's detonation of the soul-suppressing stone did not achieve the desired effect. However, at the last moment, Meng Wuya's shocking explosion had caused all the conflicts to intensify. Everyone had already left. After a long while, Meng Wuya finally let out a sigh of relief. His face turned as white as paper. He waved his hand and shouted, "Let's go! Chase after them!" "Leave? Where do you think you're going?" On the other side, Yen Russian was ghastly pale. "General Yen, what else do you want?" Meng Wuya frowned and looked at Yen Russian. Yen Russian was an anomaly in this battle of the realm of the divine source. As Yen Russian and the 5,000 men that he had led were far away from the core of the battle, and they were not like the other sects who had wantonly plundered for treasures, they were already on their guard and reacted quickly. Moreover, Yen Russian had gone all out and used his peak heavenly being cultivation as a cover. Although many of the 5,000 men from the eastern royal heavens were injured, and some were even seriously injured, none of them had died. This could be said to be a great fortune among the misfortune. General Ming's destruction of wind and thunder was really awe-inspiring. It shook the 4 seas and thousands of mountains, and shook the entire world. Yen Russian coughed and said indifferently, however, "My 5,000 men were also injured because of this. Even though I understand General Ming's actions, and I also understand that the aftermath of this attack wasn't targeted at us, the result of this incident is that you, General Ming, caused our innocent troops to be injured. If I, Yen Russian, don't get an explanation, how will my brothers look at me when I return?" Yen Russian's words were sharp. However, Meng Wuya understood that rather than seeking an explanation, it was better to say that he was stalling for time. His original intention was definitely not to seek compensation. However, his words made the eyes of the Eastern Royal Heaven soldiers light up. Chief Yin was indeed a good person. Meng Wuya forcefully suppressed the surging blood in his chest and said indifferently, "This is what I should do. Since your troops were injured, I should compensate." "Men." As he spoke, he waved his hand and someone came forward. He held a few space rings. Meng Wuya picked one up and passed it to Yen Russian. "Here are 200,000 purple coins. I don't know much about this, but this is a token of my appreciation. I am away from home and can't bring so much wealth with me. When I return to the Eastern Royal Heavens, I will definitely compensate you." Yen Russian said, "Since this is the case, please allow me to report this matter to General Ming and let him make the decision. I am also guilty for causing such injuries. General, please don't make things difficult for me." He made it sound even more beautiful, but he still wanted to delay. Meng Wuya's eyes lit up. "General? Is it General Lan?" Yen Russian was startled. He said, "Who is the general? This is a secret. General Ming, why are you asking?" Yen Russian was really doing everything he could to stall for time for Chu Yang. He said all kinds of tricks and all kinds of words. Meng Wuya's casual question was elevated to the level of spying on military secrets. Yen Russian's level of intelligence was obviously getting closer and closer to Chu Yang's. Otherwise, how could they be sworn brothers? Perhaps this was the so-called one who stays with ink stains and one who stays with pig stinks. Meng Wuya stared at him for a while and said, "I have misspoken just now. General, please be magnanimous and don't take it to heart. I will have to trouble General Yin to report this matter." After he finished speaking, he sat down and treated his injuries as if no one else was around. He knew that with Yen Russian and Chu Yang's relationship, Yen Russian would definitely stall for time. The more he argued with Yen Russian, the longer Yen Russian would stall for time. Moreover, the Eastern Royal Heavens military was obviously hostile to him. Since that's the case, he might as well listen to everything you say. But as long as I capture Chu Yang, I don't care if I have to suffer some grievances or humiliation. Anyway, as long as I behave myself, it will be difficult for the Eastern Royal Heavens to find fault with me. Go and report to your general that I should take this time to treat my injuries. My injuries are not light. The sooner I recuperate, the fewer problems there will be." One had to admit that Meng Wuya's tactic was to deal with all kinds of changes by sticking to the status quo. This was the most suitable way to deal with it. Above the clouds, General Lan listened to Yen Russian's report and couldn't help but feel conflicted. This Meng Wuya was obviously going to carry out the no resistance and cooperation policy to the end. "I will do whatever you want me to do, as long as you let me catch the culprit." How could he fight with such a person? There was no way to fight at all. Even if he didn't care about anything and brought the army to bear, he would definitely give the order to not resist. He would let you capture him and even let you kill him. But you can't really kill him just like that, right? He was here for revenge. There was nothing wrong with revenge, and he was here on the orders of the emperor. There was no way to fight at all. You set up any obstacles and obstructions for him, and he would obey. He would let you obstruct him. He wouldn't resist at all. You asked him for money, and he would give it to you without a second thought. You asked him to stop, and he would stop immediately. How are you going to make things difficult for him? When did this Ming Wuya become so shameless? How brilliant! General Lan only felt that his fighting spirit had soared, but his fist had hit nothing but air. Motherfucker, you can't pull it out or roll it into a ball. It's like a piece of meat that can't be steamed or boiled. Another general waved his fist in frustration. He was speechless. And this kind of, fuck, if I were an old man, I would have fucking fought with him long ago. Why are you still wasting your time? Then you would have been buried long ago. General Lan glared at him and said, let's hurry up and think of a way to make them fight with us. Everyone frowned and thought hard. After a while, they all shook their heads and sighed. How can we fight with a coward? Even if we fight, it's meaningless. A general said what was on everyone's mind. Everyone sighed together. Emperor Donghuang did give orders, but they didn't violate the rules of the Donghuang heavens. What else do you want them to do? They can be unreasonable and shameless, but we can't. At least we have to look good on the surface. General Lan rubbed his chin. He was at his wit's end. Yin Russian said, why don't we keep delaying? Anyway, we can't let them capture Chu Yang. General Lan sighed. We can't keep dragging this out. We have to have a reason to justify it. You have to know that this is a grudge between the celestial emperors. On the other hand, it's a dispute in the pugilistic world. If we stop them from taking revenge and use such despicable means, that would be our fault. Yin Russian said, but their actions are punishable by death in the Donghuang heavens. How can they still have the face to take revenge? General Lan sighed. Brother, these little bastards, which one of them isn't lawless? Do you think you can control the youngest master of the Donghuang heavens? Yin Russian's face darkened. That's completely different. You can say that it's different, but what's the difference if you say it's the same? General Lan pondered for a while and said, how about this? Send people to keep a close watch. Also, set up a few more checkpoints and try to delay as much time as possible. As long as they don't make a move against the officials, don't harass the commoners, and only capture Chu Yang. Let them be for the time being. Yin Russian was anxious and stepped forward. General Lan, let's think about it again. Chapter 1961. Great General Lan's complexion sank. Then, he said, Russian, I know that Chu Yang is your sworn brother, but he had also inexplicably encountered this incident. He hasn't died yet, but his clan has already been defeated. To be honest, I really want to help him. Otherwise, I wouldn't have let go of so many generals and only let you go. Originally from P, but he has to bear the consequences of what he did. No one is an exception. We have already helped Mo Yuntian a lot by setting up barriers layer by layer for him. If we directly stand out, that would be clearly obstructing a celestial emperor's revenge. Some things, it's better for people to know, not for people to see. General Lan said earnestly, if that's really the case, what do you think the consequences will be? But Chu Yang's strength is really too weak now. Even if we increase the barriers by 10 times, I'm afraid he won't be able to escape from Mo Yuntian's pursuit. Yin Russian said anxiously. This can't be helped. This is already the limit of what we can do. The rest can only depend on Chu Yang's own luck. General Lan closed his eyes. We also have to have our own perseverance. Yin Russian stood there for a long time, his face ashen. At this point, it was as if he had said everything. Since Mo Yuntian's men didn't dare to be presumptuous, General Lan also wouldn't go overboard. But the only unlucky person could only be Chu Yang. If Shui Leihan knew of General Lan's decision at this moment, he would definitely vomit blood. Idiot. You've completely misunderstood my intentions. If it was only because of Mo Yuntian's action of mobilizing troops, why would I have made the decision to go to war with him? Even to the extent of personally confronting Yuan Tianjie when necessary? My main objective, or rather, my only objective, is to protect Chu Yang. Old Lon, you've always understood my intentions the best. Why did you have to be so muddle-headed this time? You can't even differentiate between master and subordinate. It seems like I've wronged you to say that you're an idiot, but you're an idiot this time. Actually, this matter was also really a bit strange. The tacit understanding accumulated over hundreds of thousands of years. General Lon shouldn't have misunderstood Dong Huang's intentions at all, but he just had to misunderstand at such a crucial moment. This was like the will of the underworld, completely irresistible, irreversible, unchangeable. General Lon watched Yin Russian leave dejectedly. There was a hint of a smile at the corner of his eyes. He thought to himself, Chu Yang has a lot of tricks up his sleeves. How can he be caught so easily? At the very least, that mysterious spirit beast by his side wasn't easy to deal with. Thinking back to the time when he had let that spirit beast bring back the purple crystal jade essence, Great General Lon was filled with anticipation. I really don't know how powerful that spirit beast can be. That's a mutated spirit beast that I've never seen in my entire life. That spirit beast was, of course, extremely powerful. It was indeed unfathomable. Furthermore, it was a rare spiritual object in the world. But General Lon didn't know that the spirit beast was already in a certain place, unable to come out. The Eastern Royal Skies Army retreated. Meng Wuya gave his first order, chase. There was only one word. Then, behind him, four people carried out a small palanquin. Meng Wuya floated onto it. The four people carried Meng Wuya and sprinted all the way. Their speed was actually not slower than the others running at full speed. Meng Wuya coughed violently and used his sleeves to cover his face. He secretly spat out a large mouthful of blood. Although he had already adjusted his breathing for a moment, if he didn't spit out this mouthful of blood from his internal injuries, it would have a huge impact on his injuries. Previously, it wasn't that he didn't want to spit it out. It was that he couldn't and didn't dare to spit it out. With so many strong enemies surrounding him, the news of his serious injuries was too much of a matter of life and death. If the enemies saw that he was injured and could no longer do anything, the consequences would be truly unimaginable. Not to mention anything else, if those people from the super sects knew that he couldn't do anything, just these people alone would be enough to bury his 10,000-strong army here. What they were worried about was nothing more than his reputation as a sage. There was also the destruction of wind and lightning. With the addition of the destruction of wind and lightning, the power that he could display was enough to look down on the world. Therefore, although the various super sects had suffered great losses, they still had to swallow their anger for the time being. Even if the Eastern Royal Heavens Army didn't go on a killing spree, it was still because they were afraid of this killing weapon of his. If there were too many casualties, even if they could destroy the 10,000 people on his side, the gains would not make up for the losses. General, this time, we've completely broken off relations with all the super sections. Will it? One of the generals carrying the palanquin asked softly. Meng Wuya swallowed a large amount of pills and said weakly, Do you think that I used the destruction of wind and lightning because I was afraid that we would lose too many people? You're wrong. How would you know that the power of that calamity spirit had already far exceeded my expectations? Just by himself, he could entangle all of us. In fact, if we continued to grind until the end, he would be able to grind all of us to death. The cultivation of that calamity spirit was about the same as mine. In fact, his cultivation was even slightly higher than mine. Even if I used all my strength, I wouldn't be able to stop him. And most importantly, his soul has the characteristic of being immortal. If it wasn't for the destruction of wind and lightning, I'm afraid that we would have really returned in defeat. If that was really the case, the consequences would be truly unimaginable. Meng Wuya paused tiredly. When I took out the destruction of wind and lightning, I also thought about it. In fact, I even wavered. However, offending these super sects is still better than losing all of us. It's better than offending the officials of the Eastern Royal Heavens. The reason why I'm willing to compromise is because I want to complete the mission given to me by the Emperor. As for what happens in the future, I can't care so much now. Meng Wuya coughed and said, the super sects are ultimately still sections. As for us, we are the officials. I believe that they won't dare to do anything. As long as our heavenly emperor is still around, even if they have the guts, they definitely won't dare to openly go against our Mo Yuntian. Therefore, at most, they can only say a few harsh words and leave. Meng Wuya smiled faintly. Now, our goal is the Chu clan's courtyard. Yes, reporting to the great general, the Chu clan's courtyard is right in front of us. However, the situation inside seems to be different. What's wrong? There's a group of people waiting in front. These people are the people from the two great sects who came out with us earlier. Bring them over. Meng Wuya's eyes flashed with dense killing intent. Not long after, those people were brought in front of Great General Meng. Sinners greet the Great General. More than 200 people knelt down together the moment they saw each other. Their intention to bow and scrape was obvious. Meng Wuya half reclined in the palanquin and said coldly, "You still have the face to see me?" Sinners don't dare. However, sinners have something to report. One of them knelt and crawled 2 steps forward. We have long regretted our actions, but we were forced to stay here in the Eastern Royal Immortal Realms. Today, it's fortunate that Great General Tian is here, allowing us to find an opportunity. We hope that Great General Tian will show mercy and show mercy. Meng Wuya looked at the kneeling people and felt annoyed and angry. He said coldly, "What qualifications do you have? What qualifications do you have to make me pity you?" Yes. That person was overjoyed and said flatteringly, "Great General, during this period of time, we pretended to surrender and infiltrated the Chu clan. That bastard Chu Yang thought that we were on the same side, so he didn't hide anything from us. We know what Chu Yang is relying on and some of his escape routes. We hope that it will be of help to you, Great General Meng." Relying on? Escape routes? What are they? Meng Wuya frowned. Yes. What they are relying on is nothing more than... Seeing that the great general was actually interested in listening to his story, the man couldn't help but be overjoyed. He thought that there was hope for him to escape and atone for his crimes with a meritorious deed. He poured out everything he knew. Chu Yang's backer is a mysterious expert? He has countless treasures? Meng Wuya frowned and thought, is his cultivation unfathomably high? Is he the real owner of the auction? Chu Yang's wife and family members disappeared mysteriously? Did they go to find an escape route? Did they go west this time? Their escape route must not be far. Is it nearby? Meng Wuya looked up and thought hard. After a long time, he said, "Do you think that I am a child? Do you think that I will believe your nonsense? If he really has such a backer, why did he run away? He could have just killed me, and there would be no more worries. If he really prepared an escape route and you didn't follow him, why did he let you know? Why did he let me find a trace? Chu Yang left you here to use you. He didn't ask you to stop him. He clearly asked you to stall for time. As long as I ask you a question, every word that you say will buy time for Chu Yang to escape. Your information must be true and false. But once I believe your information, whether it is true or false, I will fall into Chu Yang's follow-up trap and fall into his trap. That way, it will buy more time for Chu Yang to escape. You damned bastards. Idiots who waste my time." The more Meng Wuya thought about it, the angrier he felt. It was because this bunch of bastards failed to protect him and let him be killed that he crossed thousands of miles to come here. And after coming here, he encountered a series of mishaps, a series of troubles, a series of humiliations. He had been unyielding for hundreds of thousands of years. But here, he could only helplessly become a spineless coward. Because if he didn't do this, he wouldn't be able to protect the soldiers under him. If he didn't do this, he would definitely not be able to complete the Heavenly Emperor's task. If he didn't do this, he would even drag the two big worlds into the flames of war. But who could know Who could understand the many grievances in his heart? Am I, Meng Wuya, really a person without a temper? Chapter 1962. Previously, he had no choice but to explode and destroy the godly source realm. But wasn't it also a way for Meng Wuya to vent his anger? Am I really afraid of you? I also have the determination to perish together with you. And all of this was caused by these bastards in front of him. Now, these bastards who were used by Chu Yong actually delayed my time again. This is unforgivable. Meng Wuya was furious. Kill them all. Cut off their heads and report back. Yes, the order was like a bolt from the blue. Those people were immediately dumbfounded. This result was far beyond their expectations. Update P. What's going on? We have already said everything. Why do you still want to kill? But before they could figure it out, the swords and sabers were already near them. General Meng, why are you doing this? The leader's face was filled with shock and despair. No need to say more. Kill without mercy. Meng Wuya did not even say a word. He directly waved his hand and gave the order to kill. It was only a short resistance, but they were all slaughtered. Black Cloud Guards, send out 1,000 people. Divide into 10 small teams and search towards the west first. Be quick. Yes. 1,000 Black Cloud Guards obeyed the order and quickly left the large group. They rushed forward and divided into 10 small groups according to different directions. Then, they disappeared in a flash like arrows leaving the bowstring. Enter the Chu clan's courtyard and see if there are any clues left behind. Meng Wuya took a deep breath. Some things could be distinguished at a glance whether they were true or not. This Chu Yong is really not simple. Although he is young, he is far-sighted. Meng Wuya walked in the empty Chu clan's courtyard. Looking at the facilities, flowers, and decorations everywhere, he could not help but sigh. Here, and here. There should have been artificial mountains, ponds, gardens, flowers, and plants. But these facilities have all been leveled. They are all used as martial arts practice grounds. Meng Wuya sighed. There is no place to enjoy here. There is only boredom. General, is there anything strange about this place? An officer beside him asked puzzledly. Don't you understand? There are many martial artists in the Heaven Territory. It is not strange to have a place to practice martial arts. Cultivation is a dry and tedious thing to begin with. But even in our military camp, which is almost the most monotonous and boring place in the world, there are still some recreational activities, even things like climbing high and jumping low. It's also a form of entertainment for the soldiers in the barracks. It's better than nothing. But here, there is nothing. Meng Wuya was lost in thought. Barren land with nothing. Only a piece of land that is getting harder and harder with each passing day. This is a mark caused by pure practice. Look at the ground outside. Is it the same as here? What Chu Yang pursues, Meng Wuya closed his eyes and said with some pain, is perfection. And the peak. After checking Chu Yang's study room and bedroom, Meng Wuya sighed from the bottom of his heart in pain. If Chu T.T.S. because he has the tenacity and perseverance that most people don't have. The only thing he lacks is the time and space to grow. Meng Wuya sighed softly. In my life, I have experienced hundreds of thousands of years. But when it comes to this kind of person who completely abandoned all pleasure to cultivate and has only one goal, I have only seen a few people. Such a person is destined to become a legend. But today, I have come specially to destroy this legend. If I destroy him like this, then all the sweat and effort Chu Yang has put in the past will be a pity. But I have to do it. This is the helplessness of life. Meng Wuya shook his head and said, Chase. Sighing was sighing, admiring was admiring, but what should be done must be done. And it must be done. Board the airship. Chase at full speed. Chu Yang passed through a forest while leading everyone. He issued an order while running, everyone, divide into 5 teams with roughly equal numbers. You will pass through the forest from different directions. You can't stop along the way. You can't change your speed. You don't need to hide your tracks. But you must make sure to breathe evenly. And you must apply the sap on your body. Yes, more than 200 people spontaneously divided into 5 groups. They rushed into the forest. It was like 5 huge dragons were wreaking havoc in the forest. 20 miles away, the Green Mountain Range. Also, get there as fast as you can. Chu Yang shouted. Yes, like a whirlwind, Chu Yang took the lead. Now, he could only feel that the endless spiritual energy in the tribulation space was still continuously washing over him. The hidden medicinal efficacy of the miraculous heaven and earth creation elixir that was originally contained in his body was also slowly activating. His cultivation was slowly rising. He was now at the peak of the saint level. He was only 1 step away from reaching the Deva realm. All he needed was an opportunity. But Chu Yang was not in the mood to think about this. He knew very well that even if he reached the peak of the heavenly human level in one go, it would be useless. As long as he was caught, he would still die. The group of people were like 5 small, meandering dragons, flying into the verdant mountain range. At this point, the 5 groups of people once again merged into one, forming a single group. After confirming that everyone had climbed over the mountain, Chu Yang stopped without warning. The long sword in his hand flashed out. With a plop, a deep stone was dug out of the ground. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Chu Yang did not stop. Sword chi rushed out crazily. The stones below were cut open piece by piece and thrown up. In just a few breaths of time, there was already a very narrow hole that was over 1,000 feet deep. Is the Manor Lord planning to hide here? Everyone looked at their surroundings and couldn't help but be overjoyed. This was a very, very inconspicuous hidden canyon. It was surrounded by a dense forest. The trees were hundreds of feet tall. It was desolate and uninhabited. If they hid here for a period of time, and everyone was now covered in tree sap, their aura was basically the same as the original aura here. They might not be discovered. This was really a good hiding place worth a try. Just as they thought so, they saw Chu Yang's hands and feet move at the same time. He actually put back the stones that had just been dug out. His movements were gentle. Those stones, which weighed at least tens of thousands of pounds, fell to the ground without making any sound or vibrating. Huff, huff, huff. Everyone was stunned. Big brother, what are you doing? You worked so hard to come here just to dig a hole and then fill it up? Is it fun? We are running for our lives now. What do you mean by doing this? Don't you know that wasting time now is wasting lives? And you are not just wasting your life, you are wasting all of our lives. In the blink of an eye, someone who was wasting lives had finished what he wanted to do. He finally stopped wasting everyone's lives. With a whoosh, dust flew into the air and swirled around in the air, completely covering the area. Then he said, "Let's go." Everyone was confused, but they could only follow. At this time, they definitely could not fight among themselves. Wasting a little life was a waste. Who asked them to have such an unreliable master? This time, Chu Yang led everyone into a dense forest. He was strict and repeatedly reminded, no one is allowed to touch branches or trees. No one is allowed to emit their own scent. No one is allowed to leak any aura of life. Everything must be sealed with saint-level strength. No stepping on the grass. No disturbing the birds and so on. This series of orders made everyone suffer greatly. But they still did not dare to disobey. To be honest, if not for the fact that everyone's cultivation had reached saint level and above, it would not be easy to do what Chu Yang said. More than 200 people walking in the forest. No stepping on trees. No touching branches. No disturbing birds. He could only float over like a ghost. Under such scruples, his speed would definitely be extremely slow. Wasn't this delaying their escape time? They were still wasting lives. Just now, they were wasting everyone's lives. Now, they were dragging us along to waste our lives together. Everyone did not dislike Chu Yang's actions. No one would believe that. But everyone had already made a blood oath before escaping. They swore to obey all of Chu Yang's orders without any compromise. At this moment, they could only obey and continue to waste their lives. They had been walking in the forest in this ghostly state for about half an hour. Suddenly, Chu Yang clasped his hands together and pushed. An aura that carried Chu Yang's unique aura silently rushed forward in a straight line. It was as if a large group of people was rushing through here. But after Chu Yang released this palm, he immediately changed the direction of his advance and floated towards the east. Everyone followed closely. Suddenly, there was the sound of flowing water in front of them. Just as they got out, they saw a river flowing slowly from the foot of the mountain to the south. As the nearby mountains were all made of soil, and it had just rained, the river water was very muddy. Chu Yang did not hesitate at all. He said in a low voice, "Everyone, follow me. Stop breathing temporarily and turn to internal breathing." Then, he took the lead and landed in the air. Behind him, more than 200 people did not hesitate. They flew down at the same time like big birds and landed in the river water. It must be said that the strength of this group of people led by Chu Yang was quite impressive. Such a large group of people entered the water at the same time, but they were almost silent. In fact, they didn't even cause a splash. Everyone had entered the river in an instant and dived to the bottom. This river wasn't very deep. The shallowest part was only the depth of a person and a half. Chu Yang lay flat on the bottom of the river and kept his body motionless. Then, he started to circulate his internal breathing. He relied only on a little movement of the soles of his feet to make his body follow the flow of the river and move forward rapidly. Chapter 1963. All of them were astute people. They immediately came to their senses and followed Chu Yang's example. They stuck their bodies close to the bottom of the water and moved forward just like that. Without a doubt, this was an excellent escape route. Although they were puzzled as to why Chu Yang had dug that hole previously, after entering the water, everyone had an invisible sense of safety. As for whether or not they could escape alive this time, they finally had a little more confidence. At least they wouldn't waste their lives and everyone's lives anymore. After that, it was only the time it took for an incense stick to burn before the ink cloud guards arrived in an overwhelming manner. Previously, they had clearly widened the distance between them, and Yen Russian had bought so much time for them. But the reality was so cruel. The distance that should have been very far was now only the time it took for an incense stick to burn. Even the ink cloud guards had a feeling of contempt in their hearts. It was really too easy. It was unexpectedly easy. Did the general think too highly of this Chu Yang, or was our tracking ability too strong? These people were all first-rate veterans in the martial world. Each of them was extremely experienced. It didn't take much effort to track them down, and they soon found the real escape route of Chu Yang and the others. Although this Chu Yang was also a talent, he was ultimately still too inexperienced. Did you think that you, little four, could deceive us veterans who had roamed the world for tens of thousands of years? In our eyes, those childish tricks of yours are simply laughable. They're no better than a monkey show. The ink cloud guards had initially divided into 5 groups. After confirming the other party's escape route, they did not even divide their forces to investigate, because there was no need to. Everything was already under their control. Further away, 3 flying boats had already soared into the sky. With an aura of destruction, they came from the sky, gradually approaching. After discovering the traces of the ink cloud guards, the flying boats paused for a moment. Then, more than 2,000 people descended from the sky. After confirming that the people who should be dispatched for this trip had left the airships, the 3 airships didn't stay any longer. They flew over everyone's heads and flew off into the distance. Clearly, they were heading to a certain path ahead to wait for them. Meng Wuya was still sitting on the soft couch and drifting down. This time, it was the silver-armored soldiers and the ink cloud guards that descended. Even though they were in mid-air, they still strictly maintained the integrity of their formation, not a single hair out of place. "Have you found anything yet?" Meng Wuya asked. "Yes. Reporting to the general, Chu Yang and the others should have escaped along this road." First, They set up a deceptive formation in many places, and then the whole group headed west. Then, he turned around halfway and began to head south. Although we've tried our best to advance cautiously, there are still traces to be found. It's not difficult to search for them. An Ink Cloud Guard commander reported. Meng Wuya was a bit surprised. In his heart, he knew that Chu Yang was a person with a character like this. It shouldn't be so easy to track him down. After pondering for a moment, he asked, "Are you sure? This subordinate dares to guarantee with my head that there are absolutely no mistakes." The Ink Cloud Guard commander said loudly, "All right, keep chasing." This time, the total number of people had increased to 3,000, and it was still the same 1,000 Ink Cloud Guards that led the chase. Looking at the forest in front of them, every Ink Cloud Guard had a look of contempt in their eyes. According to these people's habit of escaping, he had definitely entered the forest. When they got closer, they took a look. Almost everyone was about to laugh out loud. As expected, they have entered this forest with the intention of covering their tracks. Don't they know that slight traces in the forest are more eye-catching when searching for experts? After a simple inspection, they immediately came to a conclusion. Not only did they enter the forest, but they also split into 5 groups. When they entered, they even used a large number of trees to squeeze out sap. Squeezed out sap? Can you confirm this? Meng Wuya was even more puzzled. How could Chu Yang make such a low-level mistake? Why did they squeeze out sap? Was there a need to ask? The answer was obvious. They must have wanted to smear their bodies with sap and go deep into the forest to catch the breath of the forest to cover their tracks. It's an extremely stupid idea, the Ink Cloud Guard commander said confidently. Not necessarily. Meng Wuya frowned. Everything went smoothly when they tracked him to this place. But because it was too smooth, it made Meng Wuya feel that this matter was a little unusual. Whether it's true or not, we'll know later. The 3,000 people also split into 5 groups and entered the forest along the route that Chu Yang and the others had taken. After searching all the way out of the forest, everyone's face was a little relaxed. Following the traces, everyone chased in and then reunited here. This showed that whether they split up or went in circles in the forest, it was all a trick. They had already reached this point, but Chu Yang was still deliberately setting up a formation. In fact, it was a trashy trick that was so low-level that it made one's hair stand on end. Only Meng Wuya's frown deepened. Why was it like this? Sir, Chu Yang and the others should have entered the mountain in front. The Ink Cloud Guard commander pointed to the verdant mountain in front and said, "This mountain stretches for thousands of miles and is very majestic. I think they should have found a way to escape from here." Chase. Meng Wuya did not say anything more. The group hurried forward. It had to be said that the experienced people in Jiang who were indeed experienced. The path that they took was exactly the same as the one that Chu Yang and the others had taken. Moreover, although they were extremely cautious in their pursuit, the speed of these people was at least twice as fast as Chu Yang and the others. This was also one of the major reasons why they could shorten the distance between the two so quickly. The 3,000 people swept up to the top of the mountain like a whirlwind. Sir, they should have entered the forest in front from here. The Ink Cloud Guard commander stood at the top of the mountain and pointed in a direction, full of confidence. Meng Wuya looked over and gently shook his head. Then, he carefully observed the terrain in front of him. Suddenly, his expression tensed up and he said, "Over there. Let's go and take a look." There was a small canyon in front of him. It was surrounded on all sides by towering trees. There was only a very small area, and it was very difficult for people to find it. At this moment, this canyon was peaceful, and there were no traces of anyone entering it. Meng Wuya frowned and looked at this canyon. Finally, his eyes looked at a certain place. There was a stone that was only the size of a fingernail. It looked like it was cut open by a sword. One side of it actually emitted a light that was as bright as metal. Meng Wuya opened his hand, and a whooshing sound was heard. The small stone fell into his palm from several tens of feet away. Carefully stroking the cut, Meng Wuya took a deep breath. He said, "Although this stone is not as hard as the stones in the realm of the God Source, it is still quite sturdy. The stones in the nearby mountains, all of which were placed in the open. All have some traces of wind and frost corrosion. But on this stone, there is only a little dust. There are no traces of corrosion. Why is this? What does it mean? Meng Wuya said, could it be the stone under the surface of the ground? The Ink Cloud Guard commander asked hesitantly. Yes, it is the stone under the surface of the ground, Meng Wuya said indifferently. But why would the stone under the ground appear here? According to what you said, no one has been here before. But there is a stone under the ground that jumped out on its own? Can you tell me the reason? The Ink Cloud Guard commander's face turned red. It is my fault for not observing carefully. A slight difference can determine success or failure. This stone is so hard. But it had been sliced open by something in such a smooth pattern that it had been sliced open. It must be a divine weapon. Meng Wuya said indifferently, and I heard that Chu Yang has such a divine weapon. Yes. Then, in such a tense place, Chu Yang actually had the time to dig out a stone from the ground with a divine weapon and even used a sword to cut it. Is he really so free? Meng Wuya looked at the commander with sharp eyes. Yes, I was careless. The commander was sweating profusely. Sure enough, the details determine success or failure. Everyone, let's move together and roll up this piece of land. Find out the strangeness of this place. Meng Wuya ordered indifferently. Yes. The next moment, with a whoosh, all the dust on the surface of this piece of land was rolled up. It moved horizontally for several hundred feet and landed on an empty piece of land. There is a discovery here. A silver-armored soldier shouted. There was no need for him to shout. Everyone saw it. In that natural depression, there was a thin gap. Perhaps ordinary people wouldn't see it. Even if they saw it by chance, they wouldn't pay much attention to it. But the people here were at least saint-level experts. Naturally, they could see it at a glance. I'm afraid that they dug a hole here. Could it be that they are hiding here? The Ink Cloud Guard commander's voice trembled a little. Yes, Meng Wuya said. There is a big possibility. At first, they used the rookie's escape trick to deceive you and make you think that it was easy to track them. Then, they smeared the sap on themselves and made you think that they were escaping into the depths of the forest. But at such a moment, they dug such a hidden cave here. Meng Wuya sighed. If it were you, I'm afraid that you would have chased them for several hundred miles by now, right? The commander's face turned red. He was embarrassed and speechless. If you chased them for several hundred miles, but couldn't find them and couldn't find any trace of them, what would you do? Meng Wuya asked. I would choose to continue chasing. After all, they are quite strong. There is a certain possibility that we can't catch up with them. So, if we continue chasing, then... The commander's voice became smaller and smaller. Cough, let's talk about something. Because tomorrow is my aunt's 81st birthday, I definitely can't write tomorrow. Then, we have a YY activity tomorrow night. So, I don't have any time tomorrow. So, I'll work overtime tonight and finish 2 chapters. Tomorrow, I'm afraid it won't be possible. I'll start the day after tomorrow. Thank you for your understanding. Chapter 1964. By the time you come to your senses and know how to turn back, I'm afraid they will have already gone to God knows where. Meng Wuya smiled as he taught. How can there be such a foolish enemy in this world? Especially when this enemy is so daring to kill such an incredible person. If it were you, would you use such a foolish escape tactic? No, definitely not. That commander's face was full of shame. This subordinate thanks the general for his teachings. Meng Wuya nodded. Okay, quickly dig this place out. In fact, I even suspect that they may not necessarily be here. But digging will definitely yield new clues. Yes, a few Ink Cloud Guards stepped forward. In addition, a few hundred Ink Cloud Guards formed a large circle. Everyone activated their full cultivation. They were ready to attack at any time. Some of them had already revealed excitement and cruelty in their eyes. They thought that there was a great chance that Chu Yang and the others were down there. They thought that they would be able to capture them in one fell swoop. That kind of surprised look on their faces, they couldn't help but feel very happy in their hearts. A huge rock was moved out, and everyone felt a chill. This huge rock weighed no less than hundreds of thousands of pounds. To think that it could be cut out without a sound. This formation, then, another piece and another piece, and another one. Going back and forth like this, they slowly went down hundreds of feet. Chu Yang is definitely not down here. Meng Wuya sighed. Even I fell for his evil trick. This is really terrible. Although Great General Meng had spoken, the soldiers were still unwilling to give up. They had already been moving for such a long time. What if there were some useful clues at the bottom? With this mentality, they finally dug to the bottom of this big hole. At the very bottom, it was a flat rock, and there was a line of words carved on it with the tip of a sword. Brother, are you tired after moving this rock for so long? Sincerely, it's been hard on you. Bastard. The ink cloud guard who had been carefully moving the rock for fear of any loss or destruction of the clues was furious. He raised his hand and was about to smash this rock into powder. Wait. Meng Wuya carefully looked at these 10 to 20 words. These words are very sloppy. Obviously, he was in a hurry when he wrote it. Especially the last word, I. He didn't even finish writing it. It was as if he had just brushed it off. Meng Wuya frowned. The situation should have been like this at that time. Once he led his men here, he immediately began to set up this place. I even suspect that he had chosen this place to confuse us. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to set it up so smoothly. After setting it up, he immediately fled and covered it with a shallow layer of soil. I reckon that it was just a flick of his sleeve before he left. General, this little Chu Yang really has such a scheme. He's really outstanding. I hope that he made a plan in advance. If he just acted according to the situation and accidentally found that this place was suitable for setting up bait, then he set up this trap. If that was the case, then this person's intelligence was too terrifying. He had casually arranged everything, and everything was natural. He had calculated every step of the way. If it weren't for the fact that such an enemy's strength was far inferior to ours, if the difference in strength is only about the same, I'm afraid we'll all die without a burial ground. All the generals were shocked when they heard Meng Wuya's analysis. General, you're right. However, the situation now is that we're chasing and he's fleeing. Our strength has the absolute upper hand. As long as we can eliminate this scourge before he grows strong, it won't be too late. These words are reasonable. However, where will he go next? Meng Wuya pondered. He cautiously observed the surrounding dense forest. He didn't even let go of the side where he and his men came from. Then, his eyes flickered. He was actually hesitant. He said, Bai Chun, try to imitate him. Try to think from Chu Yang's point of view. Bai Chun was a general of the silver-armored soldiers. He had reached the heavenly being level. He was also Meng Wuya's trusted aide. He had extraordinary intelligence and was highly trusted by Meng Wuya. He retreated a few steps and entered the forest from outside like a shooting star. Before he could even stabilize himself, the long sword in his hand had already condensed into a sword in tint and flew out. Shwa, shwa, shwa. Immediately, a large piece of rock was dug out by him, and he threw it out soundlessly with his hand. Then, he continued to dig until he was as deep as the rock. Then, he flew up into the air. He waved his sword and carved a few words. Then, he flew out with the help of inertia. He added the rocks that he had dug out back into the hole one by one. He didn't stay any longer. He turned around and flew up into the air. Before he left, he casually threw out a palm. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the series of actions he was making. All their attention was focused on the direction that he had left in. If Chu Yang was here, he would be shocked. All the actions that this person had done were almost exactly the same as his. It was almost exactly the same. Even the direction that he had left in was exactly the same. Meng Wuya's pupils shrank. He said, Chase. 3,000 people flew up into the air like black clouds and chased into the depths of the forest at top speed. But this time, All the ink cloud guards were truly aghast, because in all the places in the vicinity, there was actually not a single trace or smell of anyone who had walked past. It was as if no one had passed through this quiet forest at all. If not for the fact that everyone, especially Meng Wuya, firmly believed that Bai Qin's mental imitation wouldn't be wrong, they would simply want to say that Bai Qin had led them in the wrong direction. It was as if Chu Yang and the others had suddenly evaporated in that huge pit. They had disappeared, and there was no trace of them to be found anymore. The commander of the MO Cloud Guards, who didn't put Chu Yang in his eyes at all earlier, couldn't help sweating profusely at this moment. The other party's anti-tracking methods had obviously reached the acme of perfection. To think that he had underestimated him just now. If he really maintained that kind of mentality, even if his cultivation was 10 times or 100 times higher than the other party's, the other party would still be able to shake him off easily. He could even play with him in the palm of his hand. Meng Wuya closed his eyes and carefully searched for any aura that the other party might or might not have left behind. Since the other party was so proficient in anti-tracking techniques, his eyes were definitely useless now. The other party wouldn't have left any trace for him to track at all. The only thing he could rely on now was his other senses. When vision was no longer reliable, smell, touch, and even intuition could be the key to solving the problem. No matter how good it was, there was no perfect anti-tracking technique in the world. As long as you had passed through here, there would definitely be traces of you left behind. It was just a matter of whether you could find it or not. Meng Wuya once again took a life-preservation golden pill. This kind of life-preservation golden pill was secretly made by Heavenly Emperor Mo Cloud himself. Its effect was extremely high. It could save a person's life, and it was no problem to extend one's life. At this juncture, Meng Wuya didn't dare to trust anyone at all. He could only rely on himself. But his injuries were really too severe at this moment. He could only take this life-preservation golden pill to recover his cultivation in a short period of time. Although this method was like drinking poison to quench thirst, it had to be done. Meng Wuya closed his eyes and floated in front, relying on his intuition, spiritual sense, and a sense that ordinary people couldn't understand at all. He floated quickly in the dense forest. The large group of people behind him looked solemn and respectful as they followed closely. The direction they were moving in was actually exactly the same as the direction Chu Yang and the others were moving in previously. They kept moving forward like this for 200 miles. When they reached the place where Chu Yang and the others turned, Meng Wuya suddenly frowned and stopped. He murmured, "There's something wrong here. One aura is moving forward, and the other aura is turning from here. Could it be that they are splitting into two here? But splitting the forces is weaker." Dividing the forces will only make it harder to resist the pursuers. Why would they make such an unwise choice? Meng Wuya's super-sensitive senses finally showed a trace of doubt. Meng Wuya had a very high evaluation of Chu Yang before. After this series of events, he was even more vigilant. He was afraid that he would accidentally fall into Chu Yang's trap again. But the facts were right in front of him. If he couldn't even trust his spiritual sense and intuition, what else could he trust? Meng Wuya made a prompt decision. Anyway, the strength of his side was far superior. Even if they divided into two groups, the strength of each group would still be overwhelming. He was not afraid of the other party's conspiracy. "We will divide into two groups here. Silver-armored soldiers will follow me forward. Black cloud guards will turn right. After we get out of the mountain, we will find a place to regroup." Yes. Meng Wuya closed his eyes and continued to float forward for about 500 feet. Suddenly, he realized that he had completely lost his previous senses. The aura that Chu Yang had deliberately emitted and condensed was completely broken here. It was like a tree without roots. How could it last for long? Even someone as strong as Meng Wuya couldn't help but feel confused. How could this be? On the other side, the 1,500 black cloud guards were flying forward. But when they reached the intersection in front of them, they saw a towering mountain in front of them. Between the two mountains was a big canyon. In the canyon, an earth-colored river meandered and flowed. It was calm and tranquil. Chu Yang and the others had long disappeared. For a moment, everyone was somewhat at a loss. After chasing them here and there, they had lost them in the end. This was really troublesome. What should we do? This was the unanimous thought of all the Black Cloud guards. Let's go around it first and regroup with Great General Ming at the front. Then, we will discuss the next step. Yes. No matter how Chu Yang and the others escape, this kind of anti-tracking method that completely conceals one's aura is ultimately an action that consumes a lot of energy. It will definitely not last long. We have left a divine sense imprint at every place we pass. When the time comes, as long as we are touched, we will know their whereabouts at the first moment. No matter if they go back or in another direction, as long as they appear, they will be detected by us. They will not be able to escape no matter what. Even if they can escape now, they will not be able to escape in the future. The river water swept up the yellow sand and soil, rolling towards the south. Chapter 1965. The trip to the bottom of the sea this time was completely about holding one breath in the chest. It was purely the circulation of the embryonic breathing technique. Although it was extremely tiring and everyone almost couldn't hold it in for a long period of time, it was still very beneficial to the refinement of one's cultivation. At this moment, Chu Yang even felt that the bottleneck of the celestial being level was gradually loosening, and he could break through at any time. Update P. That tyrannical and pure spiritual energy was constantly flushed out from the tribulation space, and that creation energy was released bit by bit from the meridians and flesh of his whole body. Now, as long as he calmed down and meditated once, he could enter the celestial being level with his head held high. But how could he dare to break through now? Breaking through was no different from courting death. It was too late to cover up his tracks now. Breaking through required a big commotion. Once he broke through, it was bound to cause a huge commotion. He was only at the heaven level before, but with the help of the worldly creation pill, his cultivation had improved greatly. Now, he was facing the threshold of breaking through from the saint level to the celestial being level. He had also accumulated many small levels of energy to increase his cultivation. As long as he broke through, there was no doubt that he would definitely attract all the enemies. Even before he could break through completely, the enemies would already be at the city gates. So, he could only hold it in. Even if he couldn't hold it in, he had to hold it in. Somewhere in the distance, there was a faint glimmer of light. At the same time, an undercurrent from underground was surging violently. Chu Yang frowned. This muddy river should have reached its end. The ultimate fate of this overflowing river was to merge into another river. It would become a brand new water flow, and this water flow was no longer as muddy as before, because it had received a shock. At the end of this river, there was a different situation, because it was a joke to talk about moving stealthily in the clear river water. As long as there were enemies passing by, they would be seen immediately. He would be seen with a single glance. At that time, he would only end up as a live target for others, to be slaughtered. At the end of the river, people also stopped. Chu Yang didn't immediately issue a new order, but his body slowly came to a stop. He stopped in the murky river water. The people behind noticed that Chu Yang stopped moving forward, and naturally, they all stopped as well. They had been running all the way until now. Everyone's admiration for this young Villa Master Chu had already reached the point of prostrating themselves before him. They had been unconvinced of Chu Yang in the beginning, and had questioned him when they had started to flee. However, everyone had changed their views a lot after these two changes. At least for now. Everyone began to have a certain degree of confidence that they could escape from Mo Yuntian's death pursuit. Because if he was the pursuer, there was almost a 10% chance that he would have lost him. If they were still unable to escape from Mo Yuntian's grasp, then they could only resign themselves to their fate. It definitely wasn't that Villa Master Chu's plans weren't good enough. It could only be attributed to the will of the heavens playing tricks on people, not the fault of fighting. Chu Yang slowly rose to the surface of the water. When he was about 3 feet away from the surface of the water, he paused for a moment, listening to the movements outside and sensing the changes in the outside world. Then, he rose another foot and sensed the movements in his surroundings again. After confirming that there was no danger, Chu Yang's whole body suddenly rose from the water like a rag. At the moment of rising, his hair had already become completely dry. Following that, his clothes also became dry. Then, his whole body was like a snake that had just come out of the water. With a flash on the surface of the water, he quickly entered the bushes at the side. When he came out of the river, he didn't bring up a single drop of water. The moment he entered the bushes, he didn't stop at all. He silently glided along the grass for a distance of more than 100 feet. Next to him was a small forest with only a few hundred trees. In the next moment, Chu Yang had already entered that small forest. His body slowly sank, and his whole body sank into the soil. The dense spiritual energy around his body stirred and slowly expanded outwards. Gradually, a cave was expanded underground, a cave that could accommodate people. When the second person came in using his method, the space inside the cave was enough to accommodate 200 to 300 people. In less than 10 breaths of time, the 200 people had all followed Chu Yang into the cave. Everyone had a feeling of seeing the light again. The entire process of floating along the river took a full 3 hours. It was only now that they could finally breathe through their nostrils. We were lucky enough to pass the first stage safely. Chu Yang's voice was very low, but everyone listened attentively. Even those who had already thought of death and were in complete despair had now regained some vigor in their eyes. Fantasies were after all just fantasies. Once the real enemy came, no one wanted to die. If there was a chance to live, who would really want to die? Passing this stage is a victory, but it's also just the beginning. Because the next 8 stages are the real fatal ones. Now, we're just at the beginning. There are still 23,000 miles to our destination, the Great River. In these 23,000 miles, any distance of 1 foot or even 1 inch could be the difference between life and death. Chu Yang said, "So, let's rest here for a while. Let's restore our spirit and ensure that our physical strength is intact before we continue on our journey." As he spoke, he instructed everyone to take out the dry food that they had prepared beforehand and began to eat. At everyone's level of cultivation, even if they didn't eat, it wouldn't affect them too much. However, after filling their stomachs, they would have a subtle psychological feeling of, with food in their stomachs, one's heart would not panic. Normally, this feeling naturally didn't matter. However, at such a special time, it would become a kind of spiritual support. A series of chewing sounds could be heard. Everyone was trying hard to restrain themselves, but the fragrance of the dry food was real and real. Even those seniors who had been fasting for decades or centuries were chewing the dry food vigorously at this moment. They had never realized that rice could be so delicious. It seemed that they hadn't eaten for hundreds of years. It was really a waste of life, a waste of life. Eat to prove that they were still alive. As Chu Yang ate, he sketched out the next route in his mind. Going out from here was coincidentally the other side of the Forest of Guidance that he had encountered when he first arrived at the Heavenly Palace. The Forest of Guidance was a special place that could only be exited and not entered. In other words, it was a forbidden area. Because it was a forbidden area, there were very few people around. There were also relatively few places that could hide so many people. Then, how could they safely pass through this special place? This was undoubtedly a big problem. The current situation was that they absolutely couldn't allow any mistakes to happen. If they made a mistake, it would be equivalent to sending themselves to the gates of hell. There was no chance of luck, and there was no chance of a second chance. They could only succeed in one strike. Let's first divide the following teams. Chu Yang said lightly, "First, we have to divide into 5 small teams. When we escape later, although the 5 teams will move together, there must be a sequence in which they move first. In the long process of escaping, it's impossible that we will never be caught, and it's even more impossible that we won't encounter the enemy. On this point, I hope that all of you are clearly mentally prepared. Although today's journey was smooth, it was because of many external factors. In the future, such favorable conditions will no longer exist. If you want to die, you must have a mentality that disregards life and death. Everyone, do you understand? Chu Yang's heavy voice reverberated in everyone's ears. Everyone silently nodded their heads. Once we encounter the enemy, then, the team that lags behind must be prepared to sacrifice themselves. Only your sacrifice can buy some time for the others when we encounter the enemy and create a chance to escape. If everyone only cares about escaping, the final outcome will only be complete annihilation. This is the reality. Although I don't want to say it, I have to say it. Chu Yang closed his eyes. This order is up to all of you to decide. Those who must survive, and those who have the most value after surviving can automatically be in the first team, and so on and so forth. The 200 people looked at each other silently. Then, in this silent place, some people consciously walked to the back, and some consciously stayed in the front. At this time, there was no need for modesty, and there was no need for hypocrisy. A hierarchy was automatically formed. Those who stayed at the back were all willing, and those who stayed at the front were also willing. In unison, the front team of 50 people knelt down in front of the 150 people behind them. Then, the second team of 50 people turned around and knelt down. Then, the third team. Only the last 50 people stood tall and proud, accepting this salute, accepting everyone's salute. When the people in front stood up, the last team knelt down neatly, followed by the third team, the second team. The people in front knelt at the back because your sacrifice may allow me to survive. So, this is a life-saving grace. A life-saving grace. I want to kneel and thank you. The people at the back knelt at the front because I may die, and I will definitely die in front of all of you. If all of you can return alive, then my affairs, my family, my worries, please help me. Please take care of me. This scene happened silently, but it was filled with a kind of shock. In front, about 500 miles away, Meng Wuya stood with his hands behind his back with a gloomy face. Behind him, the Mo Yun Tian soldiers, whether it was the Mo Yun guards or the silver-armored soldiers, all of them didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Everyone knew that Great General Meng was really angry now. Meng Wuya would never have dreamed that Chu Yang would actually lead so many people to escape so far away in one breath, and even escape from the range of his own eyes. Now, his heart was full of mixed feelings. There was admiration and even more anger. He was indeed someone that he sincerely admired. He was indeed the person who had the guts to kill Mo Yun Tian. Chapter 1966. Only where was Chu Yang now? Even a saint-level divine sense couldn't sense him. What method did he use to avoid it? Thinking of this, Meng Wuya's face suddenly changed. This is from P. There were actually quite a few methods that could block the divine sense of a saint-level expert. However, most of them had a precondition, which was that it had to be used by someone of the same level to avoid it. In other words, as long as you weren't a saint-level expert, or were weaker than Meng Wuya, it was basically impossible to avoid it. However, this statement wasn't absolute, because there were still a few methods that could use some mediums to avoid the divine sense of a super expert. In this mortal world, the most common mediums were water, fire, earth, and so on. As long as these things were used properly, they could weaken the divine sense of a saint-level expert to a great extent. When it came to blocking divine sense, the first thing to use was fire. Fire was the only thing that existed in the form of pure energy among the 5 elements. Strictly speaking, divine sense was actually also a kind of energy. If one used divine sense to interfere with fire, they would definitely be burned by the fire, causing damage to their divine sense. This was something that no expert could avoid. However, it was really difficult to create a protective layer made entirely of fire, and it might not be very useful. Take Chu Yang and the others as an example. If they really created a fire shield, There would be no need to use divine sense to search. They could just start fighting directly. It was really too conspicuous. It was not that one's spiritual sense was unable to sense water and earth. It was just that using one's spiritual sense to sense things that were isolated by water and earth, even if one had reached the level of a saint, would find it extremely difficult to do so. Take the infinite boundless mountain from before as an example. Although Meng Wuya's spiritual sense was undoubtedly shocking, he was only able to sense things within half a foot of the infinite boundless mountain. If it were ordinary ink cloud guards or silver-armored soldiers, divine sense wouldn't even be able to penetrate it. Of course, the main reason for this result was that the mountain's structure was far superior to ordinary mountain rocks. However, as a medium, Earth was indeed the most difficult to penetrate with divine sense. If the medium was water, the situation would be relatively better. Even the ordinary ink cloud guards and silver-armored soldiers could detect movements under the water about half a foot deep. For a saint like Meng Wuya, he could detect movements at a depth of more than 3 feet. However, there were no absolutes in this world. There were a few special circumstances that were not within this restriction. One of them was the elven trait of Duke Yu. His elven attribute was wood, and he was naturally close to water and earth. His divine sense could easily penetrate everything within 1,000 feet radius. The other type was like Chu Yang. Chu Yang had the heaven-splitting divine technique. He had a large dantian and was always in the 5 elements. His body was accompanied by the changes of yin and yang, and he wandered between life and death. The weakening of the medium in the general sense was negligible to him. Furthermore, the difficulty of Chu Yang's cultivation was at least double that of an ordinary person's. But the strength that he obtained from his cultivation was also double, or even more than that of an ordinary person's. His divine sense was at least several times stronger than people of the same level. Moreover, this person of the same level had to be the strongest among ordinary cultivators. The level of Chu Yang's divine sense was much stronger than an ordinary person's. Therefore, he could easily sense all changes outside of the 5 elements. This was something that others could only be envious of. How could Meng Wuya, who had the strength of a sage, not understand this principle? Along the way, he didn't see any smoke or dust. Moreover, due to the wrong direction, he didn't see any water flow. Now that he was at his wit's end, he changed his train of thought and instantly had a vague idea. Meng Wuya's face sank. He looked at the commander of the Mo guards and asked, "Did you see a big river in the process of tracking?" "A big river?" The commander pondered for a while and said, "No big river, but there was a small river. The river water was very muddy." Meng Wuya's pupils shrank. "A muddy river water?" "Yes." "What was the direction of the river?" Meng Wuya's voice had a bit of a heavy tone. "Towards the south." The commander recalled for a while and then answered with certainty, "How long after you separated from me did you see the river?" "About less than half an incense's time. In terms of distance, it was at most 200 miles. The commander was sweating profusely from the interrogation. It was such a muddy river water. Although they saw it at that time, no one paid attention to it. If it wasn't for their super good memory, they would have forgotten it by now. But they were asked in such detail by Great General Meng. Could it be that there was a problem with the river water? Meng Wuya closed his eyes and sighed. "Half an incense's time. Sigh, when you saw the river, it is very likely that Chu Yang and the others were in the river right under your eyes." "What? How is this possible?" The commander of the Mo guards was shocked. Meng Wuya shook his head speechlessly. "It's useless to say more. Let's set off immediately to find the river you mentioned. But even if we get there now, I'm afraid Chu Yang and the others have already left." The commander was very upset. "There was once an opportunity to establish a peerless martial art in front of me, but I didn't notice it. I let it go lightly and didn't pay attention to it. If the heavens give me another chance, even if I have to roast that river dry, I will still have a harvest. Bastard! If we don't go there and take a look, how will we know where they went?" Are we going to search like headless flies? Do you think the eastern royal sky belongs to your family? Meng Wuya was furious and scolded in anger. At this point, 3,000 people turned back and returned. After a long while, Meng Wuya stood in the cave in the forest that Chu Yang had opened up. He looked up to the sky and sighed. What a genius! It's really hard to imagine how a young man in his 20s could come up with so many ingenious escape plans. Meng Wuya really didn't understand. According to the norm, a young man in his 20s would still be training hard in seclusion in the sect, and would still be receiving teachings and reprimands from the masters. But Chu Yang had already leaped out and faced Mo Yuntian head-on with his bare hands. How could he have so many life experiences? Where did he get such rich Jianghu experience? Was it really just that the younger generation would surpass them in time? Just as Meng Wuya was sighing to the sky, Chu Yang and the others who were full of energy and in good condition were running along the periphery of the forest. They were fast but silent all the way. Chu Yang's own speed wasn't very fast, but he had been maintaining this constant and uniform speed. And this frequency had driven everyone to run at the same frequency and speed. After a period of time, everyone strangely discovered that even though they had been running for such a long distance, they didn't feel tired at all by using this breathing frequency to circulate their inner breath. This was really a strange thing. Everyone's gaze changed again when they looked at Chu Yang. This guy, how many times did he have to run to be able to come up with such a complete set of experience? This guy couldn't have been chased since he was born, right? This set of actions was simply too systematic. It was really too professional. Stop! Just as he was immersed in the excitement of galloping, a group of people suddenly appeared in front of him and blocked his path. There were actually a lot of people, a total of 400 to 500 people. Actually, strictly speaking, this couldn't be considered a path, but a space in the periphery of the forest. But since Chu Yang and the others were walking, it became a path. But in this kind of place, there were actually people blocking their path? What was going on? Everyone was shocked. Could it be that Mo Yuntian's people had caught up, and they were lying in ambush here? Even though they had escaped their pursuers one after another, everyone, including Chu Yang, was still jittery and paranoid. They would be on tenterhooks for a long time at the slightest movement. Now that so many people had appeared, how could they not be afraid? But when everyone looked carefully, they couldn't help but feel anger rise in their hearts, and evil thoughts grew in their hearts. They saw that the cultivation of this group of people wasn't very high, but they were all outstanding. This wasn't a description. They were really outstanding. And there was a thick furry tail behind them. Their ears were straight, and their mouths were sharp, the wolf clan. Chu Yang suddenly remembered. So it was this group of people. This group of people really persevered. The wolf clan had been chasing Greasy Cat all this time. But since the arrival of many super sects, Chu Yang had also improved his cultivation. At first, he still wanted to avenge Greasy Cat, but the people of the wolf clan had unexpectedly disappeared, and their whereabouts were unknown. No one knew where they had gone. It turned out that this group of people hadn't given up and were actually hiding here. Who are you people? A werewolf looked at the people in front of him, somewhat bewildered. Have you seen a chubby member of the Meow clan? Is there something wrong with your eyes? Look at who here looks like a member of the Meow clan. Chu Yang didn't give this group of people a chance to speak at all. His calamity sword flashed coldly, and he took the lead and rushed forward. When blood splattered, at least a dozen werewolves had already fallen to the ground. They couldn't find them earlier, but now that they encountered them, how could they let them go? Kill them. Don't leave a single one alive. Chu Yang shouted, the only thing to be careful is to not damage their backpacks. You must not. The backpacks of these werewolves seemed to be their unique symbol. Every one of them would carry one on their back. Should there be a change of clothes or something else inside? However, because of this chance encounter, Chu Yang suddenly had some ideas. When this group of people attacked together, their efficiency was unusually high. It was really like chopping melons and vegetables. It was an absolute one-sided massacre. These werewolves were certainly considered experts among ordinary people. The leader was even at the peak of the heaven stage, close to the level of a saint. But under the siege of more than 200 experts, the weakest of whom was at the saint stage, they were all blasted to pieces in the blink of an eye. They didn't even have a chance to say a word. Everyone was anxiously running for their lives. Who would be interested in mushrooms with them? In just an instant, the ground was swept clean. Then, a brand new group of werewolves appeared at the periphery of the forest. Everyone's cultivation was extremely high, and they hurried on like the wind. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.